I'd like to call the meeting to order. We're ready for the general manager's report. We're going to put off the on the pipe products. We're going to put that off until the matter's heard.
Correct. Okay. Correct. We do have, and just as a point of clarification on that, Commissioner Noonan, you had requested some time back, in fact, about the prospect of having a discussion regarding polyethylene plastic pipe, and that we do have a presentation on that today. We have an item later on in the agenda with respect to a decision on a contract regarding the piping. So I thought we would have that topic that we would have at the time we bring that issue up later on in the agenda.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I do appreciate also just making it into a forum discussion, because I do think in this day and age, transparency and also our future investments within the infrastructure of LA are very critical. So I appreciate you taking the appropriate steps to address that.
Right, thank you. I would also like to point out that we don't have a presentation plan, but one of the items that's in your board package, not for discussion, is our regular update on the renewable portfolio standard, our projects and how we're doing with respect to that. That information is in there. We're planning on a presentation for that. If there are any questions regarding that, however, would be happy to entertain those.
Questions on the report? If not, I have one. I'm trying to understand the impact of not moving forward with the proposed rate increase has on the RPS report, if any.
Well, Commissioner, we have. You're correct. We have not taken action on new renewable projects in recent months this year. In fact, as we've had intended to. The consequences of that are, there were a number of contracts. Whenever you put together a portfolio of power supply contracts, there's long-term ones, there's shorter-term ones, and there's some market contracts. It's typical of a portfolio of either fuel supply or power supply types of contracts, and it certainly holds the case with renewable contracts as well. And so as a result, part of our portfolio that got us to our 20% in 2010 included some shorter-term contracts. Those shorter-term contracts are starting to fall off right now, and as a result, unless and until we start backfilling those, we're actually going to be dipping below 20% on that, and we need assurance of revenue before we're able to move forward on entering into those new contracts. And we're hopeful as we move forward on the ratepayer advocate process that will move forward and we will catch up next year.
Is it fair to say that, without going into a lot of detail, that we're actually losing some opportunities now by virtue of not being able to contract today?
Well, we are losing some opportunities, and we were asked in a motion by the City Council, in fact, to provide some information with regard to what are some of are there implications of timing on entering into new contracts? Are we at risk of losing some opportunities for the expiration of any federal tax credits that are applicable to renewable resources? And I'm not prepared to give that presentation here today. We will be providing that soon. Share that obviously with the board and with the council per their request on that. But in fact, at the end of this year, there is a grant called a 1603 grant under federal parlance, for those who get into those arcane rules, that will expire absent some change by Congress and restoring that sometime in the future. And there's another one that expires at the end of next calendar year, December 31, 2012. Again, absent some extension by Congress on that. So the inability to move forward on these, it does indeed preclude some options for some of those contracts, or at least affects their future pricing, because we received a number of bids through the Southern California Public Power Authority process, of which we were a part last December, in which we don't have we haven't moved forward on a very long list of prospective offers that are pending there.
Do we have a sense of the likelihood of those credits being extended given the current composition of Congress?
You know, I don't. Personally, I can't really handicap that. I don't know if anyone really can right now. These are pretty difficult times congressionally, but, you know, it's hard to say.
Other questions or comments? Anything else in the...
No, nothing else to report, and we have a pretty good agenda, so.
Okay, I do have a speaker card for item number 2.
Yes.
Dr. Tom Williams.
Good afternoon. Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council Board Member and also DWP Liaison. It would be nice for the ratepayers to know what's going to happen if there's no rate increase. So I would agree with you. When do we get a presentation by the general manager as to what the circumstances will be? Because I've been over in the other committee meetings several times, and it's going to take a long process to get through that one, if they can get through it at all during this calendar year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other cards for public comment?
Not for item 2. There are some for item 4, though.
Thank you.
We're up to item 4, public comment.
3 comments and questions from commissioners, or did we already do that?
I'm sorry. Comments from commissioners on operations?
No? Okay, then we're on to item number 4, public comment, and I do have 2 cards, or 3 cards. The first speaker is Dr. Tom Williams.
Dr. Tom Williams, LA 32 Neighborhood Council, El Sereno. It's too bad that you didn't have the HDPE PVC presentation, because that was one of the reasons why I came. Many years ago, decades ago, we installed one in Cairo, Egypt, still working. But here's one of the issues. We're now looking at deferred maintenance for a long time. But I say I was trying to find out, is there a maintenance department for the water section, water system, I guess? Well, on the directory downstairs, it just says water operations. There's no maintenance. Well, maybe that's indicative of something. Whereas over in power and generating systems, they have operations and maintenance. So pipes, replacement cycles, 300 years, going up maybe to 400 years. When do we start blowing out the pipes? What's happening on the pipe maintenance system? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Linda Romney.
Good afternoon. I'd like to address the genocide of your indigent, disabled, and of your indigent senior citizens. I have from the DWP website, and it's dated January 7th of 10, a notification advising up to additional discounts. One, of course, as we know, is your Lifeline service. The other is your life support device and your physician's certified allowance. At that time, it states specifically that a customer who's eligible for the Lifeline service in 2 criteria categories shall receive 150% of the Lifeline credit. If you're eligible for all 3 categories, you get 175% of the Lifeline credit. I have since that time been advised, and I'm doing a public information request as to when this was changed. Right now, and I don't know when it did change, but right now, those other programs for people that are on an iron lung, etc., dialysis machine, or the request of special equipment, get absolutely no discount other than the senior citizen discount. The sanitation rate alone now, for myself, and I get the senior citizen discount, is over $72. The combination for your discount, including your water, which is $10, and $35 maximum for your electric, is abolished just by the sanitation. I don't even use any sanitation, yet I can't opt out of it. All the money for the discount plus is used up on the sanitation. Now, can you imagine what's going to happen when you put those increases through on the sewer? Now, why are these discounts in these other two areas being eliminated? And why weren't we informed? Why were we still encouraged to fill out those other applications? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is General Jeff.
Good afternoon. My name is General Jeff. I'm a Skid Row resident, Skid Row community activist, and I'm also on the board of directors for the Downtown Los Angeles Neighborhood Council representing the Skid Row community. Today I would like to, I'm before you because I would like to publicly thank DWP and the Board of Commissioners for issuing Christmas lights for the past 2 years at Gladys Park, which is in Skid Row at 6th and Gladys. In 2008, I created the Gladys Park Improvement Project that working through the Department of Rec and Parks that utilized Quimby funds, and we also were able to get a partnership between Nike and LA84 Foundation, and Nike donated a brand new basketball court, and through Quimby funds, Rec and Parks also donated numerous fitness exercise equipment. And so every year at Christmas time from 2009 to 2010, DWP, I definitely want to thank Winfred Yancey, Kim Hughes, and Rebecca Sherrill for helping to facilitate the Gladys Park Christmas, we call it Christmas in Gladys Park event. And we definitely hope that this year we can continue that momentum, because it does so much for our community, and understanding that, you know, there are hard times in the city right now, and but it means so much to our community. Immediately next to Gladys Park is the Ellis Hotel, which is owned and operated by SRO Housing, and is completely occupied by senior citizens, many of whom aren't in the greatest of health, and they can actually look out of their windows and actually see the Christmas lights in Gladys Park. So I ask that you continue this momentum and helping the Skid Row community with something positive, and feeling the inclusion and the love from the city, of course, but the inclusion that during the holiday season to feel like, you know, somebody really cares about us, and hopefully we can have our Christmas lights in Gladys Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last card for number 4.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes of September 20th and October 4th?
So moved.
Second.
Any objections? Minutes are so approved. From the consent agenda, we're going to pull items 6, 7, 8, and 11. Are there motions to approve items 9, 10, and 12?
There is.
Second.
Any objections? Hearing done. Hearing none, those items are approved. Item 6. Yes, item 6. Who's presenting on item 6? Well, from the power side, is there a... Okay. So I think you've probably all heard me talk about the concerns I have relative to the application of the good faith requirement. And apparently in this case, as I understand it, we concluded that there were perhaps 5%, of the contract that could be subcontracted out. In part, those are transportation services. And the value of the contract was about, of the subcontracting services was about $167,000. We then concluded, however, that good faith was not required, or we would not subcontract, because this was an as-needed contract, and there may not be subcontracting work. Well, my question to you is, the contract is as needed, we still made the contract. Why aren't we going forth with a subcontract, because it's on an as-needed basis? First of all, do I understand the facts correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm Jerry Ardoin with ISS Construction and Power System. The reinforcing steel contract is on an as-needed basis. We can see 1 to 2, 3 years ahead of us as far as what the demand on the reinforcing steel will be within our construction projects. We have one particular large project, which is the LAUB plant in Sylmar, which will take up about, we estimate at this point, about $2 million of this contract over the next year and a half. After that, then the usage will drop substantially, unless we start another big project like that. Then that's as far as the as-needed basis. As far as the subcontracting, of course, reinforcing steel is
It's a commodity.
it's a commodity that is purchased by the fabricators and sold to us. Part of the contract is for them to deliver it to the job site or to our warehouse. So that delivery would normally happen with their own vehicles versus them subcontracting the trucking part of delivering the reinforcing steel to our job sites. These are large companies and they have their own fleets. Whether they would subcontract that portion is a business decision that they would have to make. And when we go out for these types of contracts, I don't see that particular commodity being subcontracted out for transportation.
Well, let me
Anything else?
just, well,
That won't fly, so you should try.
Okay.
well, I just want to bring the, good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Pasama Bushakra, Power System Engineering Division. From 2003 to 2005, all contracts, including material, required good faith effort. And we had many issues, and the board took an action in, I believe, I don't have the board letter, but you'll see in the next board meeting reference that a board took an action on material contracts. We do have a process in place that we go through case by case to determine if a good faith effort is required or not. So, you know, we every spec now, we include what we call subcontracting opportunity worksheet. We include product analysis, and then we send that document to supply chain services, and there's an officer that reviews all the spec and determines if, now why didn't we include it? We had a lot of contracts. We go out to bid, they all failed the good faith effort, and then we had to rebid. So our experience on material contracts is you know, we have issues, and then we treat it case by case. So what we did is we concentrated on the construction and services, and we start requiring even mandatory subcontracting minimum on construction, you know, up to 25%. So I'm not sure if I answered the question, but all I'm saying is, have we, you can see this one is even a rebid. We put it out to bid, we did not get a single bidder. So we have to re-advertise it for a short duration, and we ended up getting 3 bids. So based on our experience from 2003 to 2005, where we had the good faith effort on all contracts, including material, and we had to cancel and rebid several of them, it was determined at that time, and like I said, the board took an action. There's a board resol that says on material contracts it's case by case, and we have a process in place.
I think you're answering part of my question.
Okay.
So on the commodity part of it, I understand what you're saying.
If I may add this thing, if this is, the contract is going to Bella Steel. So when Bella Steel delivers reinforcing steel to us, the truck that shows up says Bella Steel on it. It doesn't say ABC Trucking. So this size contract with this type of company, the commodity is delivered with their own fleet. So it's not something that they would.
But it doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be. And that's
Right.
a
We
general
we can influence
policy.
that decision.
Correct.
Right?
Correct. But in general, on these types of contracts, the material is delivered with their own fleet.
But it seems to me if we're going to eliminate from the good faith requirement the commodity, right, we should do what we can on those portions where you can subcontract the work. And here what we're saying is because it's an as-needed contract, we're not going to require a subcontract. Any other thoughts? Or I'm not going to vote for this. Other commissioners may be in a different place. Go figure it out. But
Can
others
I,
may have a different view.
Can I bring you an example, Mr.
No,
President?
deal with this example.
No,
This
no.
is, I
Yeah, no,
want
no.
this-
We have a package that is coming to you next board meeting on it, is a contract in the past that we did not have good faith effort. We included the good faith effort. The company passed the good faith effort. The subcontracting is 0.
Okay.
So I'm saying is we're trying to see what we can do, and I know in the future, good faith effort is going to be moved to small business enterprise or when it's adopted. So that will make it more or less like we're doing the mandatory subcontracting minimum. So yes, we can include on every contract, including materials, the good faith effort.
But I'm not arguing that.
So
I understand the point you're making on the commodity. Okay? I'm talking about the transportation piece of this. Other questions from the group? Is there a motion to approve this? See ya.
Okay, thank you.
Item 7.
Shannon Pasquale, Director
Commissioner
of Human
Newman.
Resources.
Yeah, I only have a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to know whether or not this investment works towards reducing our insurance premiums.
The investment in what sense? The Employee Assistance Program?
Correct.
What insurance premiums are you referring to?
Well, I'm just wondering why we're doing this, if it's obligated, if there's going to be a return on our investment to support this program.
The department has had an Employee Assistance Program for well over 20 years. Some of the services that are provided by the consultant, in this case it would be Horizon Health, specifically benefits both management and the employees as a whole. And let me give you an example of some of the services that they provide. As the sole individual who's responsible for the department's threat assessment team, whenever we get a request for a threat assessment meeting, we have one of the EAP counselors available to us so that when we have the issue discussed as it relates to what the potential threat is and what action management needs to take, we have the expertise of individuals who have a psychological, social welfare type background that can assist us in doing an assessment as to whether or not the individual needs to be removed from the workforce because they do present an immediate threat, or based on their assessment of the individual, whether or not they don't need to be removed from the workforce. Our EAP services also provide services directly to management in that they provide direct training on drug and alcohol awareness. They're responsible for also dealing specifically with traumatic situations that have occurred in the workforce. Case in point, last year we had a situation where one of our employees actually unfortunately passed away in our gym. And so we had to send out one of the EAP counselors specifically to go to the home of the spouse to give them the information regarding her husband's unfortunate passing at work. So there is direct value in having an EAP program, but more importantly also, it's the services provided to the actual employees so that they can go specifically and deal with issues regarding stress, regarding financial issues that they may be having, legal issues that they may be having. And for the department as a whole, we get a benefit in the sense that, you know, there are times in the workforce where we need to refer people over on a mandatory referral to EAP because of behavior that's taking place in the workforce, and that needs to be addressed immediately. So
you have not answered my question. So does this program reduce our insurance premiums, or does it not? Is there a return on investment? Because I look at it from a private sector standpoint, and most of the companies that I work alongside do not offer this kind of assistance for people dealing with stress, which most of us deal with, financial issues, which most of us deal with. And basically, if someone does have issues with drugs or alcohol, if they can't perform, they're let go. So I think given the climate of this day and age for the department, this is a nicety, but I don't really understand how it's instrumental or how it's merited.
It's consistent with the city's EAP program. The city has their own separate EAP program that provides the same services to all the rest of the city departments. We just happen to have our own separate program. One of the things that I think it's also important that they do provide direct service to is regarding our DOT program. So when we have employees specifically that are required to have a commercial driver's license and they test positive for a specific substance, the EAP counselors are the ones that deal with the substance abuse in accordance with the DOT regulations. We, the department, don't have the ability to do that because we don't have people on staff that can do that type of work.
Why don't we have a zero tolerance program?
Well, we do have a zero tolerance program, but that doesn't necessarily always translate into employees not following our zero tolerance policy. The reality of the situation is that we do have people that unfortunately do test positive for alcohol and drug abuse. And we have an obligation under the federal DOT regulations to specifically deal with them before they are returned to the workforce, if in fact they are returned to the workforce.
I guess that's what I'm struggling with. I mean, in this day and age where there's such a high unemployment rate, why not be very firm with our expectations of what DWP employees must abide by, and if they can't perform, allow someone who really needs the work to get the work?
Well, and so you know, Commissioner Noonan, I mean, we do take these issues very seriously. We do try to resolve them as quickly as possible so that people understand that we don't condone that type of behavior in the workplace. But with a workforce of 9,400 people and with them being so geographically spread out, sometimes people don't follow the rules. However, having said that, we too immediately take the appropriate action to resolve that so that going forward we don't have these ongoing problems with the individual employees. I'd like to be able to tell you that we're never going to have a situation where we need to have EAP do substance abuse in accordance with the DOT regs. But that would be misleading you, and I don't want to do that.
And I agree. I think that would be unrealistic. But to subsidize, I don't know, a tolerance to paying for them to improve their behavior, I'm not that keen on that. But another question I had is there's reference to work fitness, and I know that earlier this year the department asked us to agree to renewing the gym lease here.
Correct.
Which we objected to.
Right.
And I suggested it be subsidized. Is the gym part trying to be blended in with this?
No. Work fitness has to do with whether or not an individual, based on either a specific illness, injury, or a specific condition, is suitable to return to the workplace. It has nothing to do with our fitness center. It has to do with evaluating whether or not the person can be returned to his or her former position based on the specific conditions I just mentioned. There's no correlation whatsoever with the fitness center.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I'd like to. Go ahead. No, please, Commissioner Ross.
Thank you. Two quick questions for you. Is the EAP program required under any of our collective bargaining agreements or any city ordinance or city directive?
It's not required under any of our MOUs. It's not a city ordinance. It's just a program that's been in existence with the city for quite some time.
Okay. Second question is, has there ever been a departmental feasibility study as to whether to take the EAP functions in-house as opposed to having an outside contract?
Prior to 2005, we had in-house EAP counselors for 18 years. In 2005, the last time that we had in-house staff, the cost of it was well over $900,000 a year. This contract is $1.1 million for 3 years. So in terms of a straight feasibility financial study, it's more cost efficient to go with the vendor. And the other point I wanted to bring up as well is that the current contract is $200,000 more than we negotiated for the new contract that would be going into effect if the board were to approve it. So we did see a reduction of $200,000 on the existing contract going forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker? Commissioner Noonan talked about the return on investment. I want to approach it from the other side. What's the impact on productivity? Do we have any sense of whether or not this works, with the efficacy of the programs?
We've had some studies done throughout the years as it relates to the reduction in employees taking off time from work to deal with these issues. And the information that we have received vis-a-vis through our EAP consultants is that we've seen a reduction in the loss of work by about 20%, meaning that our employees are not losing as much time off work because they have this service available to them. We've also seen, as it relates to the employees who are mandatorily referred over to EAP to deal with a specific issue, that they're getting back to work much quicker. And in addition to that, specifically, those employees that we have threat assessment discussions about are being removed from the workforce much quicker so that there is no direct threat to the existing workforce. So in that sense, I know I can't measure that in dollars, but in the sense that we are seeing some benefits as it relates to having these services available both to the department and to the employees, which is why we believe, we should continue to move forward with this program.
Is it fair to say most of the services provided here relate to substance abuse?
No. Actually, I think hang on, I have some stats for you. The majority of the use of this has to do specifically with referrals, either self-referrals by the employees as it relates to issues regarding work issues or home issues, depression, stress. The second major use of our service is the mandatory referrals, which we use specifically for behaviors in the workplace that we're trying to correct immediately, which could include the substance abuse, but also includes behavior that is inappropriate and inconsistent with this department's policy and standard as it relates to discipline. And then the third most common use of this specifically has to do with telephonic counseling. So that's where an employee contacts EAP directly either during working hours or during non-working hours to get specific information about what services are available to them that they can follow up with.
Mr. Moss?
Another question. I want to compliment you on your presentation. I like the fact that you have the facts right in front of you and you can answer our questions directly. Building upon what Commissioner Noonan was saying, has there been any effort, given that we are offering and have had a history of offering the CAP program, to go to some of our health insurers and get some discounts as a result of, on our premiums as a result of having this program?
Part of what we're going to be doing, and I will come back to this board back in February, okay? Just to give you some information, we are in the process of sending out an RFP for our health and dental contracts for the next following year, okay? We should have the results of that to us back in January. Part of what we're going to be asking through the RFP process is a couple of things. We're going to be asking for a reduction in our rates based on our wellness initiatives that we have in this department, the EAP program being one of them, okay? Notwithstanding Commissioner Noonan's concerns about our gym, we're also going to try to get credit for the fact that we do offer several fitness centers throughout the department, which ultimately has an impact on our usage of our health and dental because, studies have shown people who are exercising more frequently are less likely to use their medical costs or their medical plans. So we are taking proactive steps to try to get as much financial credit from our respective health and dental carriers as it relates to what we're doing in addition to some of the other initiatives that we're going to be looking into. But without jumping ahead of things, we will come to you in February with the results of the RFP, with some recommended changes as it relates to what we get back from the specific vendors that we're sending out to. And then it will be up to you guys to decide what action you want to take as it relates to the recommendations we'll be making.
Thank you.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Pasquale, in the Personnel Relations Committee, we hear about the EAP on a regular basis. So I just want to get a sense from you. Do you view the EAP programs as an essential function of the department?
I think it's an essential tool for the department to have in order to address a lot of the issues that we are required to address on a daily basis. And I think specifically as it relates to some of the issues that I've talked about, it is invaluable to management in particular to be able to have these resources so that we can resolve these issues quickly so that they do not become a major problem for the department going forward.
So what I'm hearing from you is that there are problems that could exacerbate. It can get worse unless there was an EAP program in place.
Well,
and that could have a financial impact.
Correct. And I also think it's important for this board to understand that because we are required to do some things as it relates to federal regulations, and because we don't have the wherewithal to do that, we would be fined by the federal government for violating the DOT regulations, especially as it relates to returning someone to the workplace before they have tested not positive for either drug or alcohol. We would be fined severely for that. So there is a financial consequence to not having the ability to have the substance abuse program specifically handled by someone who has the ability to do so. And currently we don't have the ability to do that in-house.
But that's a relatively small portion of the overall services that are offered.
It's a relatively small portion, but understand that the fines from the federal government are significant.
No, we could have a program just for substance abuse. The other aspects of the program are not federally required.
Correct.
Okay. Other questions from the commissioners? Is there a motion to approve item 7? Is there a motion to approve item 7?
I move to approve.
I second, with the contingency that I am looking forward to hearing your presentation in February of 2012. And if there is a return on the investment, there's no doubt I would love to support a gymnasium here. However, if the ratepayers are going to be taxed on employees being able to work out here, I'm against it. So just moving forward, I think it's crucial to that decision moving forward.
Item 7 has been moved and second. Any objections? Hearing none, item 7 passes. Item 8, I think Commissioner Moss had questions about item 8. Who's presenting that one? Welcome. Questions, Commissioner Moss?
Yeah, just to cut right to the chase. As I was reviewing the agreements, as I understand it, there's a master agreement, and then there are what are called short-form agreements that attach that are related to the master. My question goes to the cost escalation or the rent escalation clause in the master agreement and in the short-form agreements. I think that there is a contradiction in that the master agreement says that the rental rate will be adjusted to market every 5 years.
Correct.
And in the short-form agreements, some which vary by term, the phrase in the short-form agreements is that the rental rate will be marked to market essentially at the end of each term. Now, obviously, if there's a 2-year term, then you would expect under the short-form agreement that every 2 years the rent would be marked to market. But the 5-year master agreement says it will be done on a 5-year basis, and there's language in there that says that if there are any contradictions or conflicts between the short form and the master form controls. So that means that on a 2-year agreement, you're going to have a series of renewals without any mark-to-market rental escalations.
Correct.
Is that essentially what you intended?
That, I believe that is correct, that it is a 5-year, the window for reset is at 5 years.
So why is there contradictions in the short form agreement then? I mean, in other words, short form agreement looked out of, by itself says one thing, and the master agreement says something different.
Is it, I want to look at the language in the short form, but I thought the language in the short form referenced the master for control.
Take a look at it. Let's see if I have.
I find one of the short forms.
I have it here. I don't want to take too much time with the commission. I mean, you can trust me on this one.
Yeah.
I guess my point is, what's the rental escalation? It's supposed to happen every 5 years, or it's supposed to happen individually on the short forms every time they roll over?
It is every 5 years, and it's based, frankly, that we're seeing very little change. If anything, we're seeing we've been seeing some declining pricing in the marketplace. So that one of the things we do with the 5-year, particularly for somebody like Sohonet, who does sort of provide services on top of our dark fiber, is it gives them some knowledge that they have 5 years of stability as they're doing contracts with their the people they're actually providing direct service to. So it is on a 5-year basis based on the experience we've seen where pricing has been pretty stable or declining. It's not necessarily to our advantage to try to do those on a faster basis where we have a long-term master agreement with people.
Well, I want to throw something out for the department to consider. These are dark fiber leases based upon unused portions of the department's optical system, fiber optic system. Mm-hmm. And it seems to me that we should be in a position, I would think, to be able to dictate the terms of people wanting to use the dark fiber, the part of our fiber optic system that we're not using. And having a mark-to-market escalation clause every 5 years does not seem to me to be the most efficient way to do things. There are other ways to do rent escalations. There's, using the consumer price index on an annual basis is a very easy way to do things. And you can, mark to market every 5 years with a CPI on an annual basis. And I think that a company can pretty much figure out and make estimates as to what their exposure is going to be. And if they're really intent upon it, you can always do fixed rate increases. But I'm seeing a series of agreements here that I think go out, 20 years, do they not?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So you got a long-term lease here without, I think, aggressive enough rental escalations to justify this for the department. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, if there is a history where we're seeing pricing increase as opposed to being very stable or decrease, I would agree with you.
Right.
Why
don't we set the history and just say these are our terms?
Because
we're in a
competitive market here. This is a competitive business we're in. We have had consultant reviews. We've had studies. We have picked as a strategy, because part of our business here is also on the economic development side, is our market price is not to try to be the top of the market. It's to be very much mid-market. So what we're trying to balance here is providing something that in some areas of the city is not well provided, that's important for the economic development of this city, using assets we have, and at the same time obtaining a good return for the department on assets that otherwise are just sitting there. And in a competitive marketplace, we have to be concerned that if we set a price and we say, well, if you don't want to use it, you don't use it, we're not meeting those overall objectives of the program, which is to get revenue out of assets that are sitting unused and to help stimulate various portions and support various portions of the economy in LA that are important to us. So what I suggest is that we may want to have a discussion or a review of that overall strategy. We are basically, because of the stability we're seeing in pricing and the department's current financial situation, we deferred one more year when we would do our normal price study. But when we do that study, we also have a review from a consulting group who looks at these kinds of operations across the country about sort of what they would recommend in terms of program direction, program review, et cetera. And we can either bring back to the commission discussion based on the last study, which is now about 2 years old, or we could either accelerate or wait till we have the next one and take a comprehensive review. This is a long-term program. Those objectives and that mid-market pricing strategy, et cetera, has been the subject of reviews with the commission a number of times over the years. I'm not saying we shouldn't review it, but I would really be reluctant to try to put that on that overall program review on this particular single contract, if we could help it.
Yeah, well, I think this contract looks to me like a giveaway. So I would like to see that sort of discussion and a reassessment by the commission of the policy on these fiber optic leases, because since I've been on the commission, we've had probably a half a dozen of them sent to us, and I don't know if it's the information that you're presenting in the board letter, but I have no way as an independent commissioner to evaluate the merits of these leases. And when I see internal contradictions in the lease documents and 20-year term, possible 20-year terms with very few rental escalations, it makes me rather nervous, especially since it's not a core function of the department.
Other comments?
So, Mr. Moss, would you consider reviewing this at another time if you were able to see what the competition is offering and the price point there? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, I would revisit this contract, but I can't support it today.
And is there any time urgency on the contract?
Well, this one has some difficulties, and the difficulties basically occur, and this is a management, frankly, a management oversight lapse. The you go back to that program, we had 4 people who did contract management administration pre-engineering. We lost one, we couldn't refill it, so we had 3. The person who is responsible for this particular contract, who has been an excellent employee, basically let it drop and then left the department after telling her supervisor that it was basically ready to go. And when she resigned and moved on to somewhere else without being refilled, we found, in fact, she hadn't done it. So this isn't an expired contract. SohoNet is continuing to pay us for the service, but it's one that we are sitting with some exposure on because we do not have a valid contract today with them. We have a short-term agreement, but we really do need to get them under contract because they are a big provider and they depend on this fiber for a lot of service to a number of businesses in this community.
So this is about asset optimization, right? That's why we're doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a core function of the department, right? It's nice that but we do want to optimize our assets. I understand that. Commissioner Noonan?
May I propose a short-term extension, just so that, you know, they have the ability to utilize our fiber network. We don't lose that income, but by the same token, we can do market due diligence to see whether or not it makes sense to enter into a 20-year contract.
How would that work with the customer?
Well, I mean, I think we're functioning essentially. I mean, if you're basically giving an informal thing to continue to say, don't cut them off, continue to provide it as long as they're continuing to pay for the service, and we want to do a review before we enter into any new long-term agreements as a guidance, I think we can work with that and figure out how to move forward.
So we have a short-term solution. We can just keep that in place. So is there a motion to defer the matter?
I would also request, you know, per your comments, Commissioner Moss, that we try to have a harmonization of the contracts that we have with these entities. It just doesn't make sense that we have different terms on different, you know, contracts. And I'm open to revisiting this at a later time with the understanding that we're able to provide SohoNet with services until we're able to revisit this question.
So can I
Well,
ask
I would like to just jump in and say I'd like to see this at our December meeting. Return to us with the market study that you're talking about. Let's jump on this. Let's not, you know, have any. We got to have a deadline here. Otherwise, it's going to go out into the dark fiber of Los Angeles, and we'll never see it again.
So let me ask you a question. Are you talking about bringing back the study that was done, the last study that was done, which is a couple years old, for you to look at? Because we certainly can't contract for the new study and have it done by December.
Well, presumably someone in your department is up to speed on what the market is, and you can't be serious in saying we're relying upon 2-year-old studies to determine what market is today. I would assume that our contracting department knows exactly what the market is. Right now, I'd like to have that person come and talk to us about it.
Okay.
Or speak to Commissioner...
We don't need another consulting contract issued here.
Or speak to Commissioner Moss offline.
Okay.
But sometime between now and the December meeting,
Okay.
we need to give Commissioner Moss and the other commissioners a sense of comfort that the terms are acceptable.
Okay.
Mr. President, if I can interject a moment, there's one thing I'd like to shed a little light on. Many months ago, Matt Lamp, who has responsibility as our CEO for many things related to technology, and this is one of them, came to me probably within just a matter of short weeks after I came on board, and noted that it would be good for us to take on a broader assessment of, you know, what can we do in this area in terms of better use of our fiber. Should we be more proactive? Should we be trying to partner with others? There's a lot of things that we could be doing with regard to this, and so that any concern or consternation with regard to what we have or haven't done, I will gladly bear the brunt of some of that. The question I asked at the time when he brought that up is, we're in the middle of our customer information system update, which is one of the larger projects that we will undertake in the whole CIO area, probably for Mr. Lamb's career. One that we're spending north of $150 million on, and dealing with some other issues that we're trying to work through on our customer service improvement and other areas. So given the relative priorities, what is our capability to deliver on that? How much revenue comes from that? And how much incremental revenue do we believe that we would get out of that? I don't have the numbers sitting here at my head. We ran through some of those numbers on a rough scale. I mean, it wasn't. We did not go out for a contract, and we did not bring in, but, well, I guess we did bring in a couple other staff in that conversation. That's my recollection on that. And at that time, I told him I felt it's something we should do at some point in time. It's something that we regularly, because I made the same recognition to you, that we're regularly seeing these lease agreements come up. They vary in price, they vary in term. In part, that's because the nature of the beast is different. Parties have different needs for our dark fiber. I would have to say, again, and Matt's in deference to Matt. Matt said, you know, if we're going to do this right, you know, we could go out there and proactively partner with the other parties out there, make them more broadly aware of what we have. We have limitations on how broadly we can make parties aware of our fiber system, because we also have federal rules, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and North American Electric Reliability Council rules as to how much information you can tell about your fiber system, because our fiber system is first and foremost a requirement for meeting our power and our water operations. It has sensitive data. It has sensitive issues with respect to access on that. So unlike someone who could say, I have a highway out here, and how can I make use out of it, because everyone knows where the road is. No one does necessarily know all the function and locations of all of our fiber, nor can we. So we had an issue, I know I'm going on about this, but we had an issue with regard to our timing of when could we get it done. We had an issue with respect to how robustly we could provide information out to potential purchasers in a really proactive way. And as a result, through that, said, let's just put on hold an effort to more proactively optimize the revenue out of that until we can get through some of these issues. And given where we are in terms of staff cuts and not refilling some positions and budget-related matters, I made that decision that we would not proactively go after that. So it's on me in that regard. I completely agree with you. We have some inconsistencies, some of them by virtue of the market in terms of what people want, some of them because we probably do tend to just continue on a lot of the types of agreements that we have. We could undertake a more proactive program, telling you it would be months for us to turn around and get that done. Even if we were not, to go out and try to get done with our internal staff, because we simply don't have the bandwidth to get that done, no pun intended. And then in addition, we would be looking at several months simply to go to contract out and get that done. I do believe at some point in time we should do that. We may well be able to make some marginal changes on getting better, more rapid adjustments of our fiber. I wouldn't be comfortable sitting here today telling you that the market is robust enough, given where the economy is and such, and given where our fiber is relative to those entities who can proactively go out there and market, that we would necessarily have a good welcome response by other marketers. They might just say thanks, but no thanks. I honestly don't know the answer to that right now. Well, sorry to go on with that, but I wanted to give you a little bit of background in terms of some of the matters that Matt and
No, and I appreciate it, and I know that we can't necessarily have a comprehensive review by December, but on the other hand, I think it's important that we not just let this hang out there. And I appreciate what you're saying about not, making a prioritization decision, earlier in the year. However, I have to question the prudence of entering into potentially long-term contracts in this situation. Maybe we should hold off on any sort of long-term commitments until we revisit our policy on the dark fiber and set, our goals for ourselves. Because what you were saying, and it might make very good sense, that it's a way for the department to participate in the economic development of the city, and we want to make sure that we're doing that the right way. And that might be a justification to have a lower rate, for the dark fiber. But I'm not hearing that there's a well thought out and in place policy by which we can really commit ourselves to long-term contracts such as we've been presented with today.
When is the next contract for dark fiber coming before the board? Not this one. When's the next one?
I can't remember whether I was out at
Months
the
or
last
years?
GM review. Was there another?
It would be months.
Excuse me?
In terms of when might we see another one, you mean?
Right.
Mostly we've been seeing IRUs, not new master agreements. So, this one is basically it would be considered a renewal of a master agreement. That is, this is one of those where the master agreement, the long-term agreement, is now expiring, so all the IRUs expire with it, and so you're bringing it back. So this is a very long-term customer who is essentially wanting to continue working with us. That's the scenario there. I'm not aware of I'll have to think whether there's another new master contract coming up. I know there is one, but I think that's a video service one, not a dark fiber one. Those tend to be shorter time frames.
So, Matt, do you have capacity in your own shop to work on these contracts, or you don't have capacity until the CIS is in place?
Well, we are trying to hold on to revenue. We get some churn in these contracts, right? Between lit services and dark fiber, we get some churn. With 2 as opposed to 4 people covering them, we're scrambling to try to keep our revenue steady. We're seeing a little bit of a decline in revenue now because, frankly, we don't have the people to. If somebody comes to us and says, I really need this to move within 90 days, we may not have the capacity to get that one done in 90 days, and they'll go someplace else because, again, it is a competitive marketplace. So we're scrambling to try to keep our revenue level up at near where we are, which is about $7 million a year out of this service. But we certainly can provide a briefing to Commissioner Moss before the December meeting and provide him the information we have, and we'll go from there.
All right, I'd be okay with that.
As another, Mr. President and Commissioner Moss, I believe under the terms of these master agreements, we have a 12-month termination notice provision that we can do and trigger under those, do we not?
This one actually is 180 days.
Okay. All right. So
Okay. So
we do have some flexibility with regard to that, and at this point, as it pertains to the specific contract, we're kind of in a effectively holdover type of arrangement until such time that we do something. I think we'll take back your information.
So is there a motion to defer this until the December meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? The item's deferred. Thank you. It's a good discussion. Item 11, Commissioner Parker, I think, has some questions.
Not so much questions.
Comments?
Comments. So, on our agenda, we have item 17 later in the afternoon, and we're looking at an item 17, trying to have a bid preference for businesses located in the city and the county of Los Angeles. And I decided to just look at who the subcontracts are going to for the 3 awardees that are being proposed and the central consultant personnel. So I'd like to reiterate, or I'd like to state how we're moving ahead on this. So with Tetra Tech, only one subcontract out of 25 is located within the city of Los Angeles.
And the ordinance, as you know, applies to the county.
I know this,
Okay.
but I'm trying to make a point here.
Okay.
And then 0 out of 5 of the main consultants are located in the city of LA. At Kleinfelder West, they're located in Irvine. Tetra Tech's located in Pasadena. For Kleinfelder West, 2 of 23 of the subcontracts are located in the city of LA. and 2 of 25 of the consultant personnel are located in the city of LA. For Alta, located in the city of Long Beach, 4 of 20 of the subcontracts are located in the city of LA, and 0 of 8 of the personnel are located in the city of LA. So adding all of these up together cumulatively, we're looking at, for the subcontracts, about 10% for a city of LA contractors going to subcontractors in the city of LA. And for on the consultant side, only 5% of these contracts are cumulative going to people that are in the city of LA. So, you know, this is sort of a transfer of dollars from Angelinos, from ratepayers, to folks outside the city. And, you know, candidly, I would like to see some of this money stay within the city as best as possible. And I know that some of the people, some of the companies, the firms that responded to the proposal are located in the city of Los Angeles and have personnel that are located in the city of Los Angeles. So I would just like some response from staff to talk about this and see if there isn't a way that we can move forward to keeping some of the people's resources within the city itself.
I'm not sure it's not premature until we have the local bid preference in place. I mean, it seems to me that discussion should take place in conjunction with the implementation of the local bid preference, or the implementation. So you may or may not have to answer.
It was more of a statement of...
Yeah, you made your point.
Well, would you want to go so far as to defer the contract until next year so that we can have, or have it rebid? Or is that what you're asking for?
I'm not asking for it to be rebid. I know these companies, I believe these companies do good work, but there's a sense of frustration that I have that there are other companies that are also excellent, that do good work, that are located in the city of LA, are simply not getting perhaps the attention that they deserve.
But I'm going to say, I know you made your point, but the local bid preference is on a county-wide basis. There will be no... People who are in Pasadena will get the same local bid preference, right? Someone in the city of Los Angeles. I mean, if the city council wanted a city preference, they would have defined it that way. They defined it as a county-wide preference.
From what I understand, it's a charter provision that would have to be changed to restrict it to the city of Los Angeles and not the county. But perhaps this body, which is a deliberative body within the city of Los Angeles, could state its preference that the city council should take this up into, in the future, look towards creating a bid preference system that focuses directly on the city of LA.
And I think that's a fair point. I'm not sure it's a subject for this discussion, though. Any other comments on item 11? Is there a motion to approve item 11?
So moved.
There's a second. Any objections? Hearing none, item 11 passes. Item 13, we now have our presentation, is that right?
That's right.
In conjunction with this one, and I think there's some number I'm supposed to dial.
Let's get Reggie, hopefully, to our jump.
Better get help from our audio.
We're going to dial in.
Okay, well then we need to let them know they're going to be dialing in, so. Yeah, but why don't we take a 5-minute break while we get set up?
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is everybody, I'm going to introduce you, and then I'm going to say, and also, you know, Commissioner requested this, but in the interest of trying to keep this thing at a manageable time. Yeah.
to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
We're ready to reconvene, are we? Reggie?
We are recording.
Is that magic up?
We're recording.
So I think we're ready to reconvene. If you could have your seats, take your seats, please. We're at item 13 now. I'm going to...
Well, this is actually item, I think, 20, the presentation. Is that?
Yeah, presentation is... before we start, I want to say that my colleagues told me I was grouchy today, so I want to apologize to anyone. I'm probably still suffering from USC's loss to Stanford, so maybe that's it. I'll try to get over it. So why don't we move forward with the presentation? We have some speakers here today, and we're going to start with those speakers. Jim, if that's okay with you. In advance, I want to thank all of you for taking the time to help educate us on this issue and for coming today.
Great. So I wanted to introduce our panel that we have that's here today to cover the topic of pipe materials. First of all, we've got Dr. Graham Bell, Senior Vice President and Department Manager with HDR Schiff. Dr. Bell is a nationally recognized expert in corrosion and condition assessment with over 30 years of experience, has over 150 publications and presentations in corrosion, infrastructure assessment, etc. He's also a National Association of Corrosion Engineers, internationally certified corrosion and cathodic protection expert, and he was a member of the expert panel on our LADWP pipe breaks from September of 2009. Next on the panel we have Dan Ellison, a PE. He's a nationally recognized engineer in condition assessment, pipe rehabilitation, principal author of 4 books on asset management for the Water Research Foundation, former chair of the American Waterworks Association Water Main Rehabilitation Committee. He's been manager on dozens of pipeline projects and also has over 30 years of experience in water and power pipeline work. Next we have Don Ballantyne. He is a principal with Degenkolb Engineers. He's evaluated the seismic performance of water systems for over 32 years, conducted earthquake reconnaissance on a dozen earthquakes starting with the 1989 Loma Prieta quake. He's past chair of the ASCE Technical Council on Lifeline Earthquake Engineering and also a member of the expert panel for LADWP pipe breaks. Joining us telephonically today we have Professor Tom O'Rourke from Cornell University. Professor O'Rourke also has over 30 years of experience. He's an internationally recognized expert in pipeline systems, more than 340 publications and hundreds of presentations on pipeline performance, geotechnical and earthquake engineering. He's also done extensive work on the LADWP system, so he's got some unique knowledge of our particular system. Professor O'Rourke is a member of the National Academy of Engineering and past president of the Earthquake Engineering Research Institute, and he was also a member of our pipe break expert panel. And then rounding out the panel, we have Jonathan Leung of our own staff, And Jonathan will be covering some of the unique attributes to the LEDP system. And also, we had contacted some engineers, principal engineers from other utilities at the request of the commissioner. In order to kind of keep this thing at a reasonable time, we've summarized theirs, and Jonathan can provide some of that input for you, but we thought this was kind of getting out of hand, so we decided to do it that way. I hope that's acceptable to you.
At the same token, I've been requesting this for like 2 years, so I'm very grateful that it's finally taking place, so thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the panel.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Dan Ellison with HDR Schiff. I'm very honored to be here. I'm going to talk about how the various water main materials compare in general terms in cost and performance. Then Don Ballantyne's going to talk about how they perform during earthquakes, and then Jonathan will talk about how it works in your system in particular. There are basically 4 materials that are commonly used in the United States for water mains. This shows the product the department is currently using the most of. Ductile iron pipe is a descendant of cast iron, which has been used for well over 100 years. But ductile iron has greater strength and greater ductility. It also is much better protected from corrosion, both internal and external, than its predecessor. The corrosion protection is cement mortar lining and polyethylene sheet encasement. Based on historic performance of cast iron and ductile iron within the LA system, the staff have indicated they expect the poly-wrap pipe to last 100 to 150 years. And that's a reasonable expectation. There's going to be some repairs that are required, but not wholesale replacement of that pipe. This shows the other product the department is currently using on a fairly regular basis, steel pipe with welded joints. In some diameters, steel pipe is in small diameters, steel pipe is rather costly. And for that reason, it's generally used only for special applications like high pressure areas or areas where ground movement is expected. This pipe is protected from corrosion using cement mortar lining, cement mortar coating, and cathodic protection. Based on historic data and field tests, we have good confidence that this pipe will also last at least 100 years with some repairs. Polyvinyl chloride PVC pipe is the pipe material that's used most in the United States. In fact, right now it is used for the majority of new water mains constructed in the United States. Its popularity stems from its lower cost and also from its corrosion resistance. Although compared to iron pipe it is relatively young, we do have 30 years of data upon which to judge its performance, and this data indicates a long service life can be expected. And the 4th material, high-density polyethylene, is also used widely in the U.S. In natural gas systems. Overseas, it's become the material of choice in the United Kingdom and several other countries, and has been used for over 40 years. So again, we have good data for polyethylene. Here in the United States, polyethylene is used mostly in special applications where a very flexible and fully fused pipe is desired, but there are some utilities that use it as their primary water main. So how does the cost of these materials compare? Well, this compares ductile iron and PVC. Most of the cost of constructing a pipeline involves making a trench and then filling and paving over that trench, and that part of the work doesn't change much when a different material is used. The fact that ductile iron material may cost about twice what PVC costs has only a minor impact on the final cost of the job because the material is only about 5% of the job. There are some differences in how these materials are installed that do affect costs. For ductile iron, you have to wrap this polyethylene sheet around it during the time of installation, and installing that sheet can slow down the process a little bit. The ductile iron is also heavier and harder to cut, which also can slow down the process a little bit. On the other hand, the ductile iron pipe locks together automatically, whereas the PVC pipe generally requires concrete thrust blocks for restraint. This self-locking feature in ductile iron pipe is an important seismic consideration, as Mr. Valentine will discuss later. It's also notable that in the city of LA, the trench must be backfilled with cement, sand, slurry. This is a Department of Public Works requirement that adds significant cost to the project, but it also provides for a pipe with greater stability, greater protection from damage, and greater corrosion resistance. The average total cost for a 6-inch main in LA is $250 per foot, according to LA staff, using ductile iron pipe. Using bid results from jobs I've done on other Southern California projects, I would estimate that if you constructed the equivalent main with PVC, it would cost about 10% less, or about $225 a foot. That's not a scientific analysis, but it's based on lots of different bid jobs. So the second question is, how do these pipes perform in terms of longevity? Which one's going to last the longest? Well, if you ask how long a pipe will last, it's a lot like asking how long an automobile will last. It will last as long as you want it to last, as long as you keep repairing it. For pipes, the measure of performance we employ is the failure rate. How often must a pipe be repaired per year, per every 100 miles, or every 100 kilometers? This is used to determine when a pipe needs to be replaced rather than repaired. And the best comparison of failure rates actually comes from the UK, where data are gathered in a uniform manner from many utilities. And as you can see in this table, ductile iron and PVC have similar low failure rates. They're both good materials. It's also notable that HDPE has the lowest rate of all. So while you can conclude that they both DI and PVC have low failure rates, it's harder to tell which one would have the lowest failure rate in LA, because the materials are different, the construction here is different. The PVC used in the US is better PVC than used in the UK. And you can see from the data for East Bay Mud, which is the Oakland area, that the failure rate is quite a bit lower than in the UK. And likewise, you can see for ductile iron in the city of LA, the failure rate is significantly lower than in the UK. Here in the city of LA, they've been using the wrapping around the pipe for decades, and they also use the cement slurry backfill, and the pipes are generally installed with your own crews, which provides a certain quality assurance. If you want pipes to last 100 years or more, the more relevant consideration than the current failure rate is the future failure rate. As these pipes age, which one will fail more frequently in the future? And this graph shows the water industry's best guess for future failure rates of US-made PVC pipe. Although this pipe material has only been around for about 30 years, they've projected the failure rates for 100-year-old PVC based on what we know about the failure mechanisms. And as you can see, the PVC failure rate will remain modest for perhaps 100 years, only a fraction of what is being currently experienced for the cast iron and other older types of pipe that are in your system. In addition to the relatively low failure rates, there are two things that are worth noting about this graph. You see 3 lines in this graph that represent different stress levels. The difference between that top line and the middle line is only a 6% drop in stress level, but it's a 60% drop in failure rates. The other thing that's worth noting about these graphs is these curves, although they continue to rise, they rise at a decelerating rate. And in fact, the lower curve almost levels off. So that means that if you use PVC and used it at a low stress level, the problem is probably not going to get away from you over time. Unfortunately, we don't have a similar graph for ductile iron pipe, but we do know from experience that failures of those pipes do tend to increase exponentially. They'll start off at a lower rate, perhaps they'll start off at 0, and where they are at 100 years I can't tell you, but they do increase exponentially, so the problem can get worse quite rapidly over time. The final thing to consider is that the failures are not equal. When it comes to PVC, the failures generally occur from cracking. Small cracks start forming around small defects. The small defects are things like bubbles. They're foreign material that's included in the extrusion. They're gouges. These small cracks, how fast they grow depends on temperature, it depends on stress, the spacing of the defects, the properties of the material, and whether the stress is under cyclical loading. Once the fracturing starts with PVC, a different phenomenon can take place, which is rapid crack propagation. And a typical crack can be on the order of a few feet. So it can be a burst and not just a leak. But if there's enough energy stored in the system, the crack can extend from one end of the pipe to the other. It can be 20 feet long from bell to spigot. With iron pipe, the aging occurs mostly through corrosion. In ductile iron, the corrosion generally takes the form of pitting, which eventually results in holes in the pipe. You get a leak. The leak is relatively manageable, but sometimes if the pits are closely spaced together, you can get a crack and a fracture. And if you have general corrosion over a large area of pipe, you can get a burst. And that kind of event can happen if the polywrap is missing over a portion of the pipe due to damage. So based on the foregoing, I would say there's strong arguments for using any of these materials. I've designed pipes with each of these materials, and I've slept very soundly at night. A very important consideration is the seismic performance, and Mr. Ballantyne, who's got 30 years of experience studying this subject, is now going to address that subject.
Okay, I'm Don Ballantyne with Degenkolb Engineers, and I'll talk about seismic performance of ductile iron and PVC pipe. So first of all, a glimpse of LADWP system in the 1994 Northridge earthquake. Very little PVC pipe in place, but there was 3% of the system was ductile iron. I'm sorry, let's see. 8% of the system was ductile iron, and there was only 3% of the repairs were made to the ductile iron system. So it performed reasonably well. So what earthquake hazards affect pipe? First of all, shaking. Wave propagation acting longitudinally on the pipe, kind of like compression waves, moving the bell and spigot in and out. And then the shaking sets up surge and transients inside the pipe. So there's damage resulting from those from that surge. I think Jonathan will be showing a couple photographs of that in his presentation. The biggest issue is permanent ground deformation, what we call PGD. And that can occur from fault movement. There are some 38 faults in the city of Los Angeles. From lateral spreading due to liquefaction or failure of a clay layer at depth. And when that occurs, it can result in moving the pipeline relative to one another, shearing it or separating it, clearly resulting in failure. Landslides and differential settlement are also forms of PGD. So some years ago, we put together an approach to analyzing the reliability of different kinds of pipe, looking at ruggedness, bending, joint flexibility, and joint restraint for a range of pipe materials used in the United States. So low vulnerability pipe included ductile iron with restrained joints, polyethylene with fused joints, steel with welded joints, and low to moderate vulnerability included ductile iron with unrestrained joints. PVC included or was in the moderate vulnerability category. And the worst was cast iron pipe. So what are the pipe failure modes of concern here? First of all, extension and compression, where the pipe is either pulling out of the joint or the pipe is telescoping, the spigot end is telescoping inside the bell end. There's shear failures where pipes can shear, or at a joint where a T connection can shear off. And there's bending failures where a pipe barrel can actually crack longitudinally, or a pipe joint can bend beyond the capacity of that joint.
May I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yes.
Just because I appreciate this education. You mentioned poly-wrapping. How does that work exactly? And you talked about iron not having failures early on but later. And is the plastic piping damage done because of installation? I mean, how do you see those issues?
Well, the poly wrapping it's a plastic sheet that gets wrapped around the pipe at the time of installation, and the sheet is actually formed like a big tubular baggie. They call it a baggie, and it's taped around the pipe. And there's the pipe manufacturer. What they claim is it provides a uniform environment for the pipe, and if you understand, Dr. Bell can really address this, but it prevents the formation of anodes and cathodes, and therefore stops the corrosion. And in tests that the pipe manufacturers have done, they claim that the pipe will last hundreds, if not thousands of years, but it assumes a perfect system, and nothing in life is perfect.
Want me to take over here?
Yeah.
All right. The way polyethylene encasement works is the concept is that you limit the availability of oxygen to the iron surfaces. You do that by an encasement. I'm being told to use the microphone, sorry. The concept is that by excluding the oxygen, and the truth is that you reduce the amount of corrosion that could occur, the oxidation. And I've done laboratory tests and field tests, and it does work. Where does it not work? It doesn't work in areas where the groundwater fluctuates, because it's not a tightly adherent bonded coating to the outside. As water fluctuates in and out, you get this washing effect, more or less. So polyethylene encasement, it is not a perfect material, but it is a material that does work in the proper environment. And the proper environment is where you don't have rising and falling groundwater. And I can say, I'm sorry, stretching this out a little bit, but almost all pipe materials, all metallic pipe materials have problems in areas of rising and falling groundwater. Is that right? Did I answer both your questions? Okay.
Okay, and there's one maybe unintended advantage of poly wrapping, and that is it reduces the friction between pipe and the surrounding soil, so that when an earthquake occurs and the soil actually moves, if the pipe system is tied together with restrained joints, it can actually pull the pipe through the moving soil, and thus limiting the number of failures that occur. So one of the best data sources is from the Kobe earthquake in 1995, where they used unrestrained joint ductile iron extensively in their system. It performed well except for one damage mechanism, joint pullout. And you can see down at the bottom that statistically no other types, there was a very low incidence of other types of failures, but there was many pulled joints. And so what we recommend is use of restrained joints to overcome that failure mechanism. By comparison, PVC pipe had a number of failures. The failure rates occurred in all types of failure mechanisms, barrel, fitting, etc. And based on that, we're concerned about the material itself and its performance. In the recent experience in New Zealand, where there was an earthquake, there was a pair of earthquakes that occurred over 3 or 4 months. In Christchurch, prior to the first earthquake, They had been replacing AC pipe with PVC. That was their pipeline replacement program. And AC and PVC pipes did not perform well in the Christchurch earthquake due to liquefaction, where there was ground movements. And as a result of that, they have moved towards HDPE pipe because of the performance in the most recent earthquake. They had started using HDPE pipe in their system, and it performed very well. So where are we? Ductile iron versus PVC pipe. These are AWWA standard specs for it, C150, and it's C151 as well. And then C900 is PVC pipe. So as far as material strength and ductility, we believe that ductile iron is preferable in that regard. Ductile iron has better joint rotation capacity. Relative to what we refer to as a wedge effect. And if you look at the diagram in the bottom right, you can see a cross-section of a PVC pipe joint. And if you look at the end of the spigot, it's beveled. And if you look at the back of the bell, it's beveled. And there's a concern that when this joint is in compression then, that it actually wedges in and promotes failure in that mechanism. Where looking at a piece of ductile iron pipe, that same geometry is not in place. And then lastly, joint depth and potential pullout. So PVC pipe has a deeper bell depth, and as a result of that, won't separate as easily as ductile iron if it's not restrained. In the case of ductile iron, a restrained joint may overcome that problem. So seismic resistant design of pipe. We're designing it to resist ground movement. And we're doing that by, first of all, providing a rugged ductile material. We want to restrain joints or provide continuous pipe that has welded or fused joints. And based on that, we're recommending use of ductile iron except in corrosive soils. If we look at the graphics below then, what DWP is using right now is a restraint joint system where called the field lock gasket system, where the gasket has a steel wedge embedded in it that actually grabs the spigot end as it's being pushed in, and this makes it very difficult to pull this joint out and allows it to pull the pipe through the soil in the event of ground movement in an earthquake. Historically, we would have used a joint harness for PVC restraint joints. Recently, within the last year, one manufacturer has introduced a product similar to this field lock joint for use in PVC pipe. We've not seen any exposure of it in earthquakes to understand how it will perform in that regard. So future opportunities. First of all, the Japanese have a seismic joint for ductile iron pipe. In the Kobe earthquake in 1995, they had 240 kilometers of it in place in the worst soils conditions, and there was no failures. It's been exposed in several other earthquakes since then, several in Niigata and also in the most recent Japanese earthquake, and there have been no failures. I understand now that DWP is looking at a pilot of that type of pipe material. There's the opportunity of using HDPE pipe. From a seismic perspective, it performs very well. There's other issues that are not seismic related that have been barriers to implementation of it widely in the United States. And then lastly, molecularly bonded or oriented PVC. So this is the same PVC pipe that we've been talking about, but it's modified by orienting the molecules in it by basically stretching the pipe. And the result of that is it becomes much more ductile than what C900 PVC pipe is. It's been available, my understanding is for 3 or 4 years, but again is not very widely used at all, and there's really no history of it for performance in the seismic industry. So it may be worth, all of these are worth looking at, but it's too early to comment on their likely performance.
Does this work? Okay. All right, in my portion of the presentation, we're going to kind of talk about how this performance, pipe performance and cost data impacts us in terms of system operations. Is that working? Can you hear me? Yes. In terms of system operations and our ability to serve our customers. I think when you're dealing with a whole complexity of different technical and performance issues, I think one of the things that's nice to ground ourselves on is kind of our mission and core objectives. And as many of you all know, one of our fundamental objectives is to provide safe, healthy, reliable, and cost-effective water supply. Another element that's an awesome challenge for us that maybe not be quite so well articulated is the importance of being able to provide water for fire suppression flow, both during normal times as well as earthquakes. I have a picture here this was the 1994 Northridge earthquake. That's kind of like the Balboa Avenue, the infamous street that was on fire. We've also kind of learned from San Francisco dating back to 1906 when they had fires basically burning uncontrolled for 3 days after their seismic events. So it's equally important to our ability to provide our mission is our emergency response capabilities and being able to provide reliable fire suppression during an earthquake. Okay, now this kind of table here I think tries to summarize the various cost and technical performance attributes, allows you to kind of compare things side by side. There's a whole host of issues here, but I'm not going to really talk about them all. I think I have failure on the laser light. Okay. Anyway, so you got the cost data that Dan talked a little bit about this for you. You've got the bare cost of the material in this column, and then you got the installed cost next to that. Then you got some importance design criteria that they mentioned that impacts the service reliability and ultimate life of a pipe. Now, draw your attention to the first column, which was for the pressure and surge. As Dan kind of tried to explain to you all, there's really two fundamental approaches to try to extend the life of a pipe. One approach is to try to manage the pressure, lower the stress that's on the pipe, and the other approach is to oversize your pipe, invest in stronger material and thicker materials. That can both ways to try to attain some extended longevity to your pipe system. Now, Dan, if you could help me out, can we mouse over that pressure system here? I think this is kind of unique for us. Our service zone actually our water system actually consists of over 126 different service zones. That's partly, in fact, due to the gravity feed and the hillside terrain that we have. This is something that's a fact that's much more unique to us than, say, other utilities. Those in the Midwest, maybe Las Vegas, they're pretty homogeneous, got 2 or 3 different operating zones. For us, we got to deal with this hillside issue. Associated that with, again, is the fire flow. So we can't necessarily lower the pressures that easily without reducing pockets of the fire flow capability. So we've had modicums of success of doing that. On a 386-foot system there in the south part of LA, we've actually reduced that in the past to 362 to try to attenuate some leaks and extend the life of the pipe. So we've tried to pursue that where we can, but we have fairly limited opportunities there. Dan, if you could help me return. Thank you. So instead, as mentioned, I think one of the other factors we try to do is make sure we pick a very robust and strong pipe and then specify ample pipe material to that regard. If you're considering that, I think you're talking about steel and ductile iron really being the best in those performance characteristics. Now, because of the cost of steel, I kind of pass a little joke here. I think steel would be ideal if you could afford it, but it's probably the equivalent to gold plating a distribution system. So you're really going to limit it, as Dan mentioned, to where there's extremely high pressures or when you've got curved alignments. The next factor I want to talk about, again, is the resistance to external damage. Many of you who kind of drive the city streets, you're aware of all the street construction that goes on every day. Kind of causes you to be late to meetings, so on and so forth. But every one of all those projects, whether they be, yeah, you're always on, you fly right over. They actually flag for you. But there is a lot of digging, and that is an important concern for us, so that whether they're working on storm drain laterals, sewer laterals, gas pipes, cable fiber optic installs, there's a lot of digging that goes on in the street. And hazard against it. Not everybody's that forthcoming when they're going to tell you if they hit your substructure. A lot of times they're only going to tell you as damage has actually occurred that's noticeable. Another consideration for us is the failure modes. And not, as Dan kind of mentioned, not all leaks are equal. What we're looking for from a service reliability standpoint is a leak that we can easily control without having to put as many customers out of service. So as he talked about, I'm not going to exaggerate things here, but ductile iron and steel, their failures kind of span the whole gamut. You have pinholes, small cracks, and then you have more extensive blowouts as well. But I think what we're concerned about with brittle materials is that when that does crack, it is going to potentially fracture from the entire joint, leading in more damage to the street, more potential damage to the residents, as well as putting more customers out of water. So that's something that's very important to us.
I have a question just for clarification. Earlier on in the slideshow, it stated that that iron was preferred for non-corrosive situations. Where in Los Angeles, given our geography, where are corrosive situations an issue?
Yeah, that's
and would you clarify exactly what a corrosive
I'll tell you,
land is?
That's a great question. I think in one of our previous reports we submitted, we had that, what you want to call like hypercorrosive soil as 500 ohms soil resistivity or less. We actually have quite a bit of that in the city. Of our 38 million linear feet of pipe, we probably have about 4 million feet of pipe in that type of area. And when we talked about the fluctuating groundwater and the tides, I think for us a problem area in the past has been in the Venice area, the canals, as well as the harbor area. So we're actually going to get into that a little bit. I think we're planning some forthcoming pilot projects so that we can see if maybe plastic pipe in those applications might be more beneficial to us.
Okay, but just to be clear, when you refer to corrosive, you're talking about where there's delta with the water rising and falling?
Those can both contribute. The general gauge is the soil resistivity. When we're talking about 500 ohms or less, that means that soil environment can act aggressively. Graham could probably educate better on that in terms of the oxidation, but I think it gets compounded when you do have a fluctuating groundwater table. Graham, you want to inject anything?
Well, in general, fluctuating groundwater, I don't care what the resistivity of the soil is, because that action is just overwhelming everything else. 500 ohm centimeters is a very aggressive soil. It's got probably has chloride, sulfates, and all those things in it. And in those areas, you would protect steel pipe or iron pipe with either you can put protection on it, or you can use plastics. But in the plastics, again, if you're going to use restrained joints, you have to take care of those joint restraints or the valves, because they're all made of metallic things. Generally, I prefer some kind of a permanent wrap on them, like a wax tape, AWWA C217. It works very, very well, but the contractors hate it because you come out with big goopy hands that have wax on them. But it works.
Just to dumb this down, the reason why I've asked for a couple of years to have this presentation is I've been given a lot of materials about Denver, San Diego, Houston, Dallas, Portland, all switching to plastic piping. And time and again, I've asked for an objective opinion as to why Los Angeles isn't incorporating that type of technology. Is it based on tradition? Is it a lack of education? Is it unit issues? Is it because our land tends to be more corrosive than these other areas?
To be honest, and maybe I should pull the microphone over, I think there's too much emphasis on a material. I think that material is one part of what makes stuff fail. But as Dan showed, stress and then eventually corrosion is going to take us all down. But you can make all pipe materials work in whatever the environment is. The question is, how it's designed, how it's installed, how it's maintained and operated. And this is my personal thing. This is what I'm finding all around the United States. Is surge is one of the things that is underestimated and not measured and known. Everybody assumes that our pressures are flat and they're always exactly the same, and it's not that way. And while there are many areas that change to PVC or non-metallics, the reason that I think iron pipe is very popular with some agencies is they like how robust it is. It's very heavy, crude, you can't smash it, you can't, it's a very robust, heavy material. Why do other people like PVC? Because it's easier to install. It's lighter. One person can carry a little stick. I think that the material is less important than how it's installed, how it's operated and maintained. And I see it all the time as a corrosion engineer. I see people, they want to use PVC, they want to use plastic, or they want to use stainless steel, and they think, oh, I use this material and I can forget about all the other things. And the reality is there's other factors that all come into it.
But to play the devil's advocate,
sure.
From what I've learned being a commissioner on this board for the tenure that I've been on it, I understand that many municipalities have chosen plastic over iron for the opposite reason, the fact that you don't need the labor, you don't need the heavy machinery, and if there is damage, it's not as expensive to replace a crack, whereas iron is much more, it's a much more integrated process and much more expensive process.
I won't argue with that, because a stick of ductile iron pipe may weigh, 400 or 500 pounds, and it is a lot more to handle.
Mm-hmm.
And those are, I think, what you're getting at, and we're kind of saying the same thing,
mm-hmm.
is that it comes down to how you manage the quality of the installation.
Mm-hmm.
If you manage the quality of the installation, whether it's the design and the installation, if you manage that well, then you can put in PVC, you can put in iron, you can put anything that you want. I think that some of my view as an engineer from the outside is that when an agency doesn't want to pay as much attention to something, they tend to pick a very robust material. When you're able to cut the fine edge and maybe do a little bit more on managing, inspecting, I think you can start to shave things off. But I'm just saying that when we started putting together the presentation, I said, look, materials are not the root cause of failure. What's the root cause of failure is damage accumulation over time. That damage can come from a contractor, can come from a flaw, it can come from somebody installing a tap wrong. If we manage all these, the material things go away.
Okay, well, to that point, if it's not about the material, why not invest in less expensive material and make sure that the installation is properly addressed? Why are all of these major cities throughout the United States investing in plastic versus iron if that isn't the case? If it's not, you just said it's not a matter of materials, so why not spend less on materials since we're paying the ratepayers' dollars?
I would agree, but then you have to factor in the total cost of the additional services.
So why don't you comment on that? Are there cost implications to the installation of the various materials?
Yes, I think on the one hand you have the installation labor where you're taking a very heavy pipe and you're installing it, and then on the other side where you're trying to put in maybe a plastic, and I'm not trying to pick on plastic. I can name any other material that you want.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to have more inspection to make sure things are done right, you have to make sure the contractor is doing all the correct things, because maybe there's a little bit less robustness. That's not a really great word, but then there's a cost associated with it. I don't really have a good handle on that. I wish I did. I'd tell you if I did. But there's trade-offs, and in my work, I always say that Mother Nature will get her due. One way or the other, she's going to get what she's owed, whether it's corrosion, whether it's fatigue, whether it's installation cost. So it's whether you pay now or whether you pay in the future. Maybe that's a fatalistic view, but I'm just telling you that's how I see it.
I just feel like you're contradicting yourself, because you just said earlier it's not about the material, it's about the installation. And so, since we're responsible for investing millions of dollars, why not buy the less expensive material if it is equal, and just make sure that the installation process is done well?
I don't believe I'm, with all due respect, I don't think I'm contradicting. I'm saying there's a total cost. I'm saying that it's the design, the installation and the inspection of that installation. I agree. If you do them all right, you can make any material work. And you just got to look at that total cost. And like I said, I don't know what
So what's missing for us, though, is the total cost.
I understand that.
That's the part. 'Cause I think we hear what you're saying. You can make either material work, but there are cost implications. And what we need to hear from someone is, what are those non-commodity cost implications?
Yeah, we'll touch on a little bit on that, maybe, and if we unsatisfactory do it, maybe we'll talk about that more.
Jonathan, could you focus in on the surge and the pressure within the pipes within our system, and what are the requirements for our system?
If I failed to clarify that, again, our system is very unique in terms of the system operating pressures we have. We do have pockets based on the elevation, 200 PSI, 250, even 300 PSI. So to say our system operates the same as others, I respect their choices, but I think we're trying to consider here is both the operating pressure, as a stress strain curve is illustrated, our pipes are subject to high stress. The other thing would be the surges, which, our system is so big, we don't really have all the transmitters in place to measure. These things have to read at like 1/10 of a second to pick up a transient surge. I'll be honest, we don't have all that, but we have some anecdotal data, which I will show you. But again, if you kind of look from a kind of objective standpoint,
Let's break that down now. So talk again about what's unique about our system in terms of the stress.
We do operate at a much higher pressure or normal pressure than other utilities.
And why
Comparison
is that?
like Las Vegas Valley Water, they
Is that because
typically
of elevation?
operate 20 to 80 PSI.
And why is that? Because of elevation, or what?
I think because they're afforded the opportunity. They have the pretty homogeneous flat area. A newer system they can invest in pressure control, pressure monitoring devices. But again, for us, we're kind of dealing with imbalances. Not everybody, hate to say, not on a level playing field, but you can't drop the pressure too low and then put little pockets on the hillsides with lower pressure. Not only from a fire flow standpoint, but even from a customer service standpoint, we'd probably be fielding
Now talk a little about surge. Are we unique with respect to our vulnerability
Well,
to surge?
surge can occur from a number of different factors now. Again, after earthquakes, all bets are off. They can occur from valves and valves failing, air release valve blowing off. But in a normal situation, we have a large number of pump stations. Our pump stations are probably larger than most other utilities have, but you got these pumps cycling on and off. You have the operation of valves. Valves have to be operated a very slow, methodical process to prevent water hammer. An issue we often encounter is when you're operating gate valves for fire hydrants. That's another traditional high cause of surge pressure in our system. Not the last to mention when we talked about peak diurnal demands. Last year with the intensive study on the 2 days a week long watering. We have 5, 6, 7 o'clock a.m. every morning. There's going to be a peak draw on our system, and again, you're pulling it in terms of cycles relative to your static pressure at night, as well as that instantaneous demand coming on and off that creates potentials for surge.
So with respect to surge and stress, are there ways of managing the differences between our system and some of the other systems?
Right, and I think where we can, we've tried to implement certain pressure management steps, but it's just not as readily available to us as, say, others. So if that's not available, I think the other approach we're going to take is try to spec out thicker, stronger materials. So as part of our thesis is, if you're going to spend the time and the cost to invest in this infrastructure, we prefer it to last 100, 150 years, buy that extra 10, 15, 20 years on the tail end by speccing out a stronger material.
But hasn't plastic piping been used throughout Europe for a very, very long time? And doesn't that speak to
and actually
that investment?
They have used it, and I think we've been using it too. Maybe that's another fact that I'll be pointing out here in a little bit. Where the application fits, where the pressure is not that excessive, and where the substructure challenges for installation aren't bad, we do use it. It's just, I think, as this.
So if you look at our system on a system-wide basis, how much is iron cast pipe, and how much is
I think in that graphic we have currently today we have about 11% ductile iron pipe. We have about 66% cast iron pipe.
Okay.
That's the old corroding stuff that I will distinguish as brittle material. Yes. We are not happy with the performance of that. Seismically, it doesn't perform well. That kind of underscores when we talk about infrastructure programs and you need to replace that old pipe. Certainly, we want to get that poor performing pipe, whether that's cast iron or AC pipe, asbestos cement, out of our system.
So we have 25% that's PVC or something like that?
We have not even that much, sir. We
said 60?
We probably have about 10% welded steel, about 8% asbestos cement, and the rest cast iron. Ductile iron is 11%, as I alluded to. PVC, we've only used it in a nominal number of applications. We have used HDPE for about 100 linear thousand feet in our trunk line system. I'll get to that in a minute if that's not clear.
When we do jacking, what material we
use high-density polyethylene slip lining.
Oh, okay, so the HDPE?
Well, the initial jack might be steel pipe, but if we're talking about a liner to rehab, let me clarify. A liner to rehab, we're using HDPE slip lining. If it's a jack as part of a normal trunk line construction, it's continuous steel, it's going to be a steel segment as well. So we kind of left off with the failure modes. Again, the operational concerns there are the potential for putting customers out of water, the damage to the streets, and the damage to local residents. And in seismic performance, I think the main takeaway there was the failure mode predominantly for ductile iron was the pulling apart. And I think in terms of mitigating that and designing a cost-effective control for that, we can do that with using restrained joints or field lock gaskets.
May I ask a question about the seismic stuff? And maybe this is for the seismic expert. Is it a function of the failure is related to the type of earthquake, if it's a strike slip fault or a thrust fault? I mean, does that affect how the pipes behave?
Yes and no. Yes, in that clearly if they're at the fault crossing, they're going to be affected dramatically. Oftentimes those are dealt with a special design. The types of ground motions that you expect from a strike slip fault or a normal fault might be different, but I think we in the industry don't understand enough at this point, or there's not enough data to tell us how one pipe is going to perform versus another. We know that shaking intensity has a dramatic effect on it in that for low shaking intensity, let's say between 30 or 40% PGA, that pretty much any kind of pipe that you can buy today we think is fine as long as it's in competent soils. For strong ground shaking and the level of ground shaking that you experienced here in the Northridge earthquake, where it was, let's say, 80% PGA, we're suggesting using restrained joint pipe.
In my due diligence, I did send a memo, excuse me, to President Sales and General Manager Nichols, and one case study that I studied and learned about was the 1995 earthquake in Kobe, Japan. There were 1,600 leaks. All of those attributed to the joint separation and iron casting piping, and yet nothing was recorded as to leaks with the plastic pipe infrastructure. So would you like to speak to that? Because I do think that relates to our considerations here in Los Angeles.
Okay. So in the table shown here, this is data that I got from the Japanese shortly after the earthquake, let's say within a year after the Kobe earthquake. And it shows the failure rates for a variety of the pipe that they had in the system. Most of the, they had 80% of the pipe was ductile iron, 10% was cast iron, and a lesser amount of PVC, steel, and AC. So the Japanese in general have been very aggressive as far as replacing cast iron with ductile iron. So there, if you look at the failure rates, though, of PVC, they're fairly significant compared to ductile iron, for example. So I'm not, maybe there's a different data set that you had access to. I don't know.
Okay, well, I appreciate that.
So just here's some pictures again. This is probably a qualitative version of that same table. But this is some pictures of the tremendous water hammers we actually had in our system following the Northridge earthquake. As you can see, it actually blew apart the side of this fire hydrant here, blew the top off of this air vacuum I think there was a question brought up at one of the recent meetings as well about the storage capabilities, and I think one of the things we actually like about ductile iron pipe is that it can be stored outdoors for 1 or 2 years. With investments in HDPE or PVC, we probably have to also invest in some covered storage, maybe about 1.5 acres or 2 acres worth. So you're probably talking about $5 to $8 million there. But it's a consideration, but I wanted to point that out because that question was asked. The ductile iron pipe, it has an asphaltic coating on it, so it does not deteriorate in the sun.
So I can't tell what I'm supposed to get out of this chart.
Well, this qualitative kind of thing is to say for the amount of money, and again, we're trying to talk about what value are we getting, what performance capabilities are we getting out of the material for what we invest in it. And if you want to look at it in terms of like 5 or 6 different parameters that have impact on its service performance and its expected life, that's what that matrix is trying to illustrate.
And I can't resist the comment on your last comment, Terry, about if we did need 2 acres to store supplies, that it would cost $5 to $8 million. Just at the last board meeting, we were asked to approve a lease to the UC Regents for 56 acres, paying $1,100 a month. So I'd like you to give me the math on how 2 acres
I was using about
would cost us.
$75 to $100 a square foot for like a light utility building.
No.
All right. Those construction costs to me, I think we checked that on means. That's pretty standard.
I'd like to
these
see the
days.
backup on that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
All right, 60,000 square foot times $80 a square foot here. Then we've got six additional yards, so the math is pretty clear on it. We'll provide it to you if you want.
And I would argue that.
Okay.
So let's
All right.
discuss that in more detail.
Okay, as we mentioned, what we're really trying to do is not just focus on a particular pipe material, but trying to use the best material for the application. And as we mentioned, we have to use steel in certain instances, high pressure curved alignments. We use a lot of ductile iron in our system. We have been using a lot of HDPE up at our Owens Lake project. We've installed over 22 miles in the past 2 years. We do put in welded steel pipe for our trunk lines. Again, that's really that and ductile iron are your only 2 materials that are rated when you're talking large diameter, 30-inch, 36-inch and larger, that can withstand the pressures there. And we have done some slip lining recently. In total, we've done about 77,000 linear feet of slip line rehabilitation of our trunk lines using HDPE. And again, I think residents really like that when we're able to do that because it's minimal disruptions to traffic and to the businesses, and we're able to do it for maybe 50 or 80% of the cost of traditional steel installation. Now here's a cost breakdown, since a lot of questions were asked on that. Again, if you're looking at the pie chart, the major cost elements are going to be your labor and your allocations. On top of that, your paving, your saw cutting, and your backfill requirements, again with slurry and other materials. But this as Dan's graphic kind of illustrated to you, huge portion of this labor is invested in digging, hauling your dirt away, prepping, digging around substructures, hand digging, things like that. So if you were to, in terms of our internal cost benchmarking, we took a look at 73 different jobs we've done in-house over the past 5 years. And when you do like a sensitivity analysis on it, you'll find that the variables that have the most significant influence on cost are going to be these here listed on the right. Things such as workout restrictions. If a project is allowed to work all day on a residential street versus a 9 to 3 restriction, the number of substructures you have on that alignment, how many adjustments do you have to make, how much hand digging do you have to do, the number of reconnections and retaps you have to make, the traffic conditions for that area, whether you've got to have dedicated signal persons, the depth of the installation, as well as the pavement type, whether you're talking about concrete or asphalt. So in terms of us, if we're talking about trying to really focus and control our costs, I think we're going to be looking at doing anything here to try to control those costs, whether those...
What does the category allocations refer to?
Those are going to be things such as your health care, your benefits, your overheads. That's a kind of a pretty formulistic thing for us department-wide.
Oh, so that's in addition to when you say labor, then...
Right, that's somebody's wage, and then on top of that wage, there's other benefits
I
that
see.
pay.
Okay, got it.
And what's the percentage of what I'll call indirects?
It looks like there it's about 100%. It almost matches it 1 for 1. And it somewhat varies by system and division, but Ann, do you want to elaborate on that at all? Or?
Allocations would include the retirement, death benefits, health care, administrative and general, price supervision and engineering allocation, tool expense allocation. Those are the types of costs we allocate across the labor.
I'm curious if you have a comparison chart about these costs relating to iron versus plastic, in that it's already been established that the material is less expensive, the labor is less expensive. So do you have a comparison chart?
Unfortunately, we do not. That's what we're proposing to do, though, as we talked about, not only take advantage of the plastic pipe capabilities in a corrosive soil environment, I think we can also do some pilot studies that would help us further understand what the cost drivers are there, how it stacks up. Again, I think these conditions are somewhat unique to us. We also have our own unique labor arrangements, so I think really to do a apples-to-apples comparison, you would have to try to do some pilot projects with the other materials, and we would find out.
Well, I think the other thing, too, is, we approved item 10 today, which I support, investing $350,000 to be part of the Water Research Foundation to pool technology, education, assets together. So given that this is such a huge issue for LA's infrastructure, has the department contacted other municipalities or other organizations like this to see why certain cities are choosing this technology over what we're doing?
Yeah, I'll get to all that in a little bit. In terms of the cost benchmarking, we've kind of done that on two different levels for external. One, we participate in the national surveys, things that are sponsored by like the American Water Works Association or the Water Research Foundation, et cetera. Actually, I don't know when the last time WRF did one, but AWWA is the most prominent. But I think one of the things that we find challenging about that is they don't break out the detail on the jobs, such as this. Things that we found are very sensitive to the impacting the cost of a job. They can influence a job 25, 30, 50%. Those aren't accounted for in those national benchmarking studies. The other thing, it tends to just be a self-reported. So whether they include all your engineering costs, various cost elements, a little bit of those definitions could be tightened up. And we'll work with the folks to eventually come up with, I think, a better national database of construction costs from that end, if we can. And the other thing we've been doing is we do contact, and I have some slides here, we've been contacting a number of local utilities, regional utilities, and speaking with their engineering and construction staff.
I see the experts nodding here. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, it is a problem with the U.S. industry, is the water industry is so fragmented that they all do things a little bit different. It's hard to compare things. Participation in Water Research Foundation projects is important. Participation in national conventions and committees is important to get this kind of data.
So let me try to understand. So what we're saying, though, is a big component that impacts this cost, whether or not you use DI or PVC, are the labor costs, right?
That's correct.
And is there, what I'm not following is there a material difference in the labor costs related to the installation of PVC versus DI?
I think Dan has maybe observed more than myself, and he maybe commented that there could be potentially a 10% savings.
I thought that was on the commodity itself.
No, in general, what I know is when I have bid projects with private contractors, not with department labor, that and compare prices of ductile iron and steel and others. The overall cost for a PVC job is about 10% less for a small main being 12 inches or lower.
Okay. Do you got a larger diameter pipe, does that change?
For a large diameter pipe, steel becomes much more competitive. And personally, I would not use PVC for a large diameter pipe because of how it fails.
Right. And again, just to give us an order of magnitude, how much of our pipeline system is large diameter pipe and how much is the smaller? I'm saying 30 and above is...
I'm guessing, but it's probably at least 80% is small diameter pipe.
Okay. So
I think, Jim, don't we ballpark about 600 miles or so of that large diameter trunk transmission? The rest, 7,000 or 6,700 miles of main.
And then further put it in context, not to put you on the spot, but say in the last year, how much have we spent on materials, all in, for all the different types of materials, just the actual pipe itself, not the installation, but just the material?
I can't really speak for the steel right now. It doesn't register with me off the top of my head. I do know, because we have the ductile iron contract, we spent $4.2 million in the past 12 months. That's been about our spend. Probably forecasting ahead, because we scaled back our infrastructure programs a little bit, maybe a little bit less than that.
But mind you, I believe that second on this The next, our next item is asking us to approve $44 million worth of steel pipe. So it is a substantial investment.
Yeah, we'll explain. Okay, let me try to get through this real quick. So ultimately, again, I think what we've been trying to do, we're not really tied to any particular material. What we're really trying to do is with our mission, our core objectives, and serving our customers in mind, we're trying to get the best value for our investment. We want these investments to be long-lived. We do recommend, however, ductile iron pipe for the general portions of the water distribution system. And again, this is based on the seismic performance factors that were talked about. Its strength and durability, again, it has incredible strength factors that I didn't really elaborate on, but they're there. And also being able to, from the leak standpoint, being able to control the damage and disruption to the public that stems from pipe leaks. We are eager to work with manufacturers to continue to develop improvements. I think in 3 specific areas. When we talk about on ductile iron pipe, which we have, that seismic S-joint that's been developed in Japan that really warrants looking into. For HDPE, we've been working pretty closely with the city of Palo Alto, following up on their proceedings. One of the shortcomings that we've experienced when we tried to install HDPE in the past is the ability to make the service connection taps. And I think they've been working with the pipe manufacturer, Chevron in particular, to come up with an improved design detail, and they're going to be sharing that with us in the next 3 or 4 weeks. So we're anxious to see what type of improvements they may have made there. And then on the PVC side, again, as we talked about, they're starting to make available the C909, which is compared to C900, is not a brittle material. That's advantageous, as well as making available the inline field lock gaskets. Because again, as you see, when they had the restraint joints that had to be installed, mechanical coupling type, those are very labor intensive to install, and you have to put cathodic protection systems on them as well. But we're going to follow up on all 3 of those. And lastly, last 2 slides, last 2 bullets. We are going to participate in studies on pipe service life. I think a lot of people talk about, possibly doing dig-ups to truly, put your money where the mouth is and dig up the pipe and examine it. In fact, we just did one today. There's a pipe that we had dug up 25 years ago, and again, it came out. It was on a ductile iron. It was actually on a cast iron pipe and polyethylene encasement, and it worked. And I'm not to say we're going to be doing more extended portions of that. As Graham said, there could be variations in fluctuating groundwater where it's not performing well. We really, truly want to understand and hopefully collaborate in terms of national studies on that to the extent that there may be other information to glean from others. And then lastly, I think what we're planning to do is for some of our hypercorrosive brackish water areas where we've got the fluctuating groundwater table, we're going to embark on some pilot projects there. If you had to ask me today, I think we would be looking at either C909 with the restraint joints or HDPE for that pilot project. And again, I think that would help us really understand better what the kind of cost comparison would be and be able to report back accurately on that. I think barring, we picked out a couple locations in the Venice Canal area to start with, and I think we'll be able to maybe take active progress on that maybe in 6 to 12 months as the inline gaskets are available, say, for the PVC pipe. So okay, I think I owed you a couple of explanations. These, in case you're curious, these are our diagonal pressure swings. These were kind of well documented in the studies when we talked about the 2 days a week lawn watering. But again, in terms of cyclical loading on pipe, that's an important consideration. The crack lengths, here's a pipe we had to repair this pipe about 6 times in the past 4 years. This happens to be one of the rare pieces of PVC pipe that we own. But again, you can see from the graphics here what concerns us is this length of crack was about 12 feet long total. And then here is some of our contacts. Again, Greg Scobie from the city of Palo Alto, again, their shop, they do a lot of directional drilling. You all may have heard about that. That's a very, very cost-effective form of pipe installation. It's probably a quarter of the cost of open trench. Unfortunately for us, with the number of substructures we have in the streets, it's not very readily available to us. You have to get special permits. The risk you run into in terms of construction, if you hit a substructure, it's pretty catastrophic. So we aren't really able to do that often. But they are improving the service connection detail, and we're going to be following with them. They no longer use the PVC because of the seismic performance they've observed both in their water system and the gas system. Xavier Urias from East Bay Mud, we've talked to them. Again, they use mostly PVC, and they're happy with it. They have no qualms. This is the objective, and they have no problems. They have noted to us, though, that they are concerned that when the leaks occur, that they are pretty extensive. City of San Francisco, again, this utility, they use ductile iron pipe only. They have been using something we can maybe learn from them. They use field locks and restraint joints at every single joint. Again, they're so concerned with the seismic reliability, that's an extra measure they've invested in. In Dallas, they use PVC pipe. They've used service saddles for the service connections. Really no performance problems. Las Vegas Valley Water, again, I talked about, they've had no issues. They actually switched from DI to PVC. But again, they reminded us that typically their pressure is in that 20 to 80 PSI range. Over here in Long Beach, again, they're a ductile iron shop. They basically, no relation to me, but they basically use PVC in the corrosive hot soils. But they, again, picked DI pipe because of its durability. In Las Virgenes, our neighbor to the north, they've been very happy with the PVC pipe. No problems observed during the Northridge earthquake. Again, I didn't do a forensic search. I'm just kind of repeating what I heard from them. In Boston, again, they rely only on ductile iron pipe. In terms of talking about that theory of investing in more materials, in fact, they plan an upgrade. We use Class 52 ductile iron. They're going to be upgrading to Class 56. Again, they're just trying to see if they can't buy 5, 10, 15 extra years on their pipe. Philadelphia Water, again, they use ductile iron pipe only. They tried PVC. They had some customer complaints on that. Phoenix kind of uses PVC only. In Canada, this is the county around Montreal that we've talked to. Again, they rely heavily on PVC. They were not happy with the performance of ductile iron in their corrosive soils. So that's it.
So if we were, I'm trying to summarize this.
Well, to summarize, I think each operating utility, I hope, is trying to make the best decision for their customer base and for their operations. For us, if we're concerned being in the seismic zone about seismic performance, about the pressure that we have and the durability of our pipe, for us, we would recommend for the most part of the distribution system at this time using ductile iron, continue to use ductile iron. And we'll continue to use alternative materials where we can. I think there's the next phase 8 of Owens, we're going to be putting in about 6,000 feet of HDPE pipe there again. So where we can, we'll use the best material.
Yeah, and Commissioner, if I can summarize his summarization. I respect and I appreciate Dr. Bell's comments on corrosion. I think they were very well taken. That it's not necessarily the material; it's the installation and how you take care of it. But I heard a comment after that saying, "Well, if they're all the same, why wouldn't we use the cheaper?" And I don't think they are all the same. I think from a corrosion perspective, which I think Dr. Bell was primarily addressing, his points are well taken. But I would refer back to one of the charts that Jonathan had in there, that matrix comparison of pipe. And the three things that I think you need to keep in mind are the high pressure and surge, the fatigue and cyclic loading, and the seismic performance. In all three of those, we get a superior performance on the ductile iron pipe. The working pressure of the PVC is comparable to the ductile iron, but when you look at the surge pressure, you're looking at about 3 times the capacity in ductile iron than you are in PVC. And then on the cyclic loading, there is risk on the cyclic loading. We don't see that with the ductile iron. And then the failure modes and the seismic performance with the longitudinal as well as the bending type failure modes. And these have to do with, as Jonathan said, what's different is it's the failure zone or the pressure zones and the range of pressures that we have in our system that you don't see in some of these other cities, and also the seismic vulnerability that we have.
Other questions from the commissioners or comments?
I'd just like to ask Jonathan, I know that the city of Oakland has varied elevations, and so do you know what kind of pressure they're dealing with in their pipes?
I didn't get to that detail yet, but we can look into. But overall, they have been happy with the PVC pipe, right? And they've been happy.
I think East Bay Mud serves the city of Oakland.
We spoke with, I'm Craig Davis from Water and Community Design, and I spoke with East Bay Mud on their pressure zones and specifically asked that question. They didn't give me a specific range of the pressures, but they said when they're not on the flat ground, they go to steel.
Oh, okay.
They only use steel when they even get on the toe of the slope, and even below into that transition, they use steel. Nothing but steel. No PVC, never want to. It will blow out, it will fail, they say. Because the PVC cannot handle that higher pressure.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Yep.
So in really gross terms, it sounds like we're probably paying a premium for a DI of about 20%. Is that fair?
It's less than that. The material, yes, is much more expensive, but
total cost, life cycle cost. So
the installed cost is probably 10% more.
Okay.
But they are, I heard, all things being equal, but they're not equal. They are apples and oranges.
No,
they
not-
fail differently. Their life expectancies, if you can predict the future, they're both going to be very good.
Okay, so let's assume we're paying a 10% premium. Yeah. The notion is we're paying that premium because of concerns relating to stress, to surge, and some seismic concerns. Is that accurate? It's an insurance policy that arguably we're buying, and there's a cost associated with that.
And I think one of the reasons is that the department wants to not have lots of different pipes in their inventory. They buy kind of a extra heavy ductile iron pipe, and when somebody needs a piece of pipe, they don't have to sit and figure out what pressure it is before they go and install it when there's an emergency. So,
Jonathan, you were going to say something?
Well, if at some point in time it would be helpful, we can run through a kind of a life cycle cost, but it gets, I'll be frank, part of that, the modeling, if you want to do Monte Carlo simulation, various things like this, a lot depends on your assumptions, and I'd hate to just run something and whiz bang and just say, okay, here it is. I don't think it's that cut and dry, but if you're talking about some of the leak, the leak damage that we pay out, the claims, the paving cost, the restoration there is pretty significant when you compare a blowout versus a small leak. Those are things that we could try to show up in some type of life cycle analysis.
But as it stands now, we have so much cast iron in our system, that's really where we're having the most blowouts and the most problems.
But we're committed to replacing that cast iron.
Right. And the other factor impacting this life cycle cost, which is kind of hard to model again, but they talked about your two ways to try to extend your life of your pipe are reduce the pressure or buy thicker material, stronger material. So if we're buying a stronger material, could I tell you what the straight answer is, giving you 10 years or 20 years? I could do that and put it in a model, and then you could be impressed or unimpressed with the results, but I don't really know if that's in the spirit of science or economics, that would be the best thing.
Commissioner Noonan?
Yeah, just to clarify, because I'm reviewing my notes from this discussion, and I show that using plastic pipe typically saves us 10% on installation, and then a separate note says that the material is 10% less expensive. So I just want to see how you came about a 10% total savings.
Yeah, I was confused on that too.
I think the material is actually 50% less, right? For equivalent 6-inch, just say that, use that as a basis of comparison. Ductile iron pipe, we're getting at $12 a linear foot, and the latest quote we got on PVC might be $6 in that range. So it's about 50% less. But I think what Dan has observed in his review of bid data is that it's coming in about 10% less overall after you factor in all the construction effort and things like that, the equipment used.
But the installation is less expensive using the plastic, so
right.
I would think it would just add to that number. Not
some aspects are, but I think
the material cost is such a minor part of the cost, even if it's only 5% of the cost of the job, so if it's 50% less, that's only a 2% savings. So you are getting savings on labor. You don't have to, with plastic pipe, you don't have to wrap the plastic sheet around it. You can cut it easier. As Graham said, you don't need as much equipment to move it around.
So, one of the things we wanted to do, Commissioner Noonan, is, as we said, is to do a pilot project and install some of this. And it was interesting. I was down at the Harbor Yard the other morning, and Joe and his senior superintendent were sharing this with some of the guys down there. And Bill Morgan is Joe's senior superintendent. And Bill was saying, yeah, these plastic pipe guys came in and talked to us. And I was ready. I was sure they weren't going to show me anything I've never seen before. And he goes, by the time they got done, I was actually pretty impressed. And he goes, this C909 pipe, I'm really anxious to try that out because, especially down there in the harbor, they had these issues with the corrosion, the rising, falling water, and we've had some of these other areas where we think in a flatter area of the city that doesn't have the kind of high pressure fluctuations where the corrosion is a real problem. We think this could be a really good solution. We probably wouldn't have gone there if you hadn't pushed us for it. So I think you've got us looking at something that we may not otherwise have looked at. But I think our point is that we need to pick the right kind of pipe for the right application.
And to speak to Jonathan's statement that or perhaps it was one of the other gentlemen talking about having different kinds of pipe in the inventory. You feel confident that it's acceptable for DWP to have different kinds of pipe in the inventory, including PVC, where there could be some UV damage to the pipe as well?
It'll have to be stored. Have to be stored properly. We'll have to stock the right kind of fittings and repair equipment. And that's one of the things you learn when you do the pilot project, is you see how difficult that's going to be and how can we accommodate the warehouse. I think one of the things we want to look at is just-in-time type delivery methods, so we don't incur a whole lot of warehousing costs on this to try to eliminate that, so that's not a limiting factor. But I mean, those are all things that we're going to learn going through this. I think we're anxious to see the kind of savings of the installation costs, so it's lighter, it's easier to deal with. You may not have to have the same kind of equipment, but a lot of what we do, it's this saw cutting, it's the prep, it's the digging the hole, it's the backfill and all that. So there's going to be some savings, but it's hard for us to, until we use it for a little bit and start collecting some data to really quantify that. But we intend to do that.
But what I'm hearing is that you're open to using it in some of the flatter portions
yes,
of our
that was one of our
territory.
recommendations in here, is to do that.
Great.
Other questions or comments? Ron, anything you want to add to this discussion?
No, I don't. I think at this time, I think we've gone through a lot. I think we will be looking at making our changes on some pilot levels, but yeah, I would say probably there are some things that we're doing that are habit, and I think it's probably in part was your question, Commissioner. But I believe overall, I think we're on the right path, and I think I guess the one thing that, and Jim and I have spoken about this subsequently, is that we do want to make sure we get some good data on the using the pipe, plastic pipe, etc. The problem again, and I would just a warning, having worked with this sort of things before, you can't. It's not as though you're installing two side by side. No situation is identical, so it's not as though you can sit down and make a side by side comparison. You're going to install something, and if you're going to install it, you're going to install it in our system. We're not branching out new because we're infill territory. So we're replacing. So if we're replacing, we can't compare what it was that we caught and what it cost us to originally put that in. So direct comparisons will not always be easy. In fact, they won't be easy. So we're not going to get immediate turnaround time on this to say this is what it costs. This is what it costs us, and get a clear showing as to whether it costs us a lot more or a lot less. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. This is going to be something that as we put these pipes in and try to use them more in some of the lower pressure areas, the higher corrosive areas and such, we will start getting data, but it's not like we'll be 6 months or a year from now be able to come back and say, well, here's what we found, and we now know we're going to be able to change X% of our plans going forward. It's going to be a lot longer.
I was referring to the install part of the cost. I think we'll be able to collect the data on that, because as we do a job, we'll go out there and do the job, and we measure, with pipe A, we got, 500 feet a day. With pipe B, we're getting 800 feet of pipe a day. That will tell us something. So I wanted to comment that with regards to item 13 on the agenda, one of the things that I heard from the board at the last one was kind of a certain level of discomfort with the overall size of the contract. Even though this is a big commodity contract for us, it's probably the biggest thing that we buy and use on a day-to-day basis. I did ask the staff to go back and reevaluate the quantities, given the fact that we anticipate installing less mainline in the next year. And we had originally put this thing together when we were on increasing the amount of mainline. So we have reduced the contract by $11 million from what we had brought to you previously by reducing the quantities.
May I?
Of course.
Well, first of all, I want to thank my fellow commissioners. I want to thank the department. I want to thank the public for allowing this discussion to occur, and hopefully it's the first of many to move forward. I appreciate the fact that you said, perhaps we just have gotten into the habit of doing this, and that, I think, is my job as a commissioner, to make sure that we're not just relying on tradition, that we're taking advantage of new technology. And I respect the fact that soils, geography are different, but we're not pioneers with this technology. Countries throughout the world, major cities throughout the U.S. have opted time and again to use this type of technology. And I think it's very important for us to assess how it can add value. So thank you for that. And we'll take up, or I will address item 13.
We do have speaker cards for item 20.
Okay, thank you all so much. We appreciate it. So we have speaker cards for item 20.
Yes, I have 13 cards. Okay, the first speaker is Neil Gordon.
Can we pass out this to the board, please? I'm Neil Gordon. I represent JM Eagle. That's the world's largest manufacturer of plastic pipe. We are a Los Angeles-based company. We actually moved to Los Angeles 4 years ago. We employ 200 people here in LA. We have 5 plants in California, including one plant 50 miles away from this location with a stockyard. We are the only manufacturer that offers a 50-year warranty on all of our water transmission products, guaranteeing you a sustainable infrastructure. I really want to congratulate the board on today's conversation. I thought it was a great start. You're in a unique position right now. You can maintain status quo and literally do nothing. Or you can stop this wasteful cycle of using ductile iron to replace failing ductile iron. We believe strongly that ductile iron is an outdated, inferior product that consistently corrodes. Or the other path is that Los Angeles can join the other 60% of the country and use long-lasting, durable, non-corrosive plastic pipe that will put this city on the path to a sustainable infrastructure. At the very least, we ask you to put PVC into your specs so that PVC can be used in the right situations. We recognize and appreciate the work that went into the management study that you heard today, but we believe that the presentation was fairly one-sided. I'm joined today by several other colleagues and local engineers who will outline for you the numerous shortcomings of ductile pipe and present the facts regarding the benefits of plastic pipe. It is our hope to give you a more balanced presentation. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the board in requesting this previous study, and I'm glad to see that you recognize the sizable cost and labor savings that could help DWP if the city switched to plastic. This is only the start of the conversation, and I urge the board to follow up on this topic and organize a public, truly open, transparent debate so that we can properly educate the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Cooper.
My name's Steve Cooper. I'm a regional engineer with the PVC Pipe Association. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. PVC Pipe Association represents PVC pipe interest across the United States and Canada. We have member companies across the U.S. One of those member companies happens to be JM Eagle. My responsibilities as a regional engineer is to talk to staff, engineers, consultants, contractors all across the United States. More than happy to work with LA in addressing some of the questions that you all brought up here today. My background, just prior to coming to the PVC Pipe Association, I used to work at Louisville Water Company, where back in 1985, Louisville began using PVC pipe to address the corrosion concerns and the concerns about ever-escalating water main breaks getting out of control. So Louisville Water Company uses both PVC and ductile iron pipe. It's a 3,800-mile system, now comprised of about 1,000 miles of pipe. There are cities like that all across the United States. I think many of them have been cited here today. Yes, there are some unique situations that are involved with regards to the terrain and so on and so forth with LA, but they're not that unique as compared to when you look at the United States as a whole. I don't want to get into all the different comments and concerns I have with regards to the report, but I am more than willing to work with your staff to address some of the things that were brought up, specifically with regards to longevity, the strength of the material, and also its performance with regards to earthquakes. I think that hopefully you would want to applaud the staff for looking at the different materials, recognizing that pipe, even though you may not have thought it was that complicated, I think you found out how complicated it is today. It is one of the single most largest investments that you will make. It's important to your ratepayers and future generations that you use a product that's long life and that is corrosion free. I'm not going to judge the corrosion nature of your system here, but I do call on cities across the United States that are using PVC more and more. One last comment is PVC pipe is now being made up through 48-inch pipe in pressure pipe, and most of the systems are 6 to 12-inch in size. So I think there's a real potential opportunity to look at PVC in the smaller diameters. I would never ask you to use the large diameters to begin with. Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next speaker is John Orkish.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the longevity of PVC pipe and HDPE pipe, and thank you guys for the presentation today. The longevity of PVC pipe has been well documented, and I wish some of the studies that we saw today were actually done on a local basis, such as the city of San Diego, and where they've been using PVC pipe for 25 years, and we can very easily go and dig some installations up. And HDPE pipe, San Diego Gas and Electric and people like that have been using for a similar long period of time. So I think the studies and the longevity of PVC and HDPE pipe are locally available right here, where we can get that information and hopefully in a little bit more timely manner. As far as the corrosion of a ductile iron pipe, it is a ductile iron pipe. All iron pipe is going to corrode. It's just a matter of time, whether that is 100 years, 150 years. But PVC pipe and HDPE pipe will never corrode. And you are going to have a long-term, a cheaper system. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Matt Olson.
Just to continue on the benefits that John was just talking about, PVC is it's a non-conductor of electricity and electrochemical reactions. It's basically chemically inert. It doesn't react to acids, bases, salts, anything that here in the Los Angeles basin could corrode your pipe materials. It's got a pH resistance of everything between 1.5 and 14, so everything from very acidic to very, very basic. It can be expected to outlast alternative pipes without need for these protective coatings, these poly wraps, the cathodic protection. Like I said, it's very inert. And in the period between July 1st and September 9th, 2009, you guys might recall a lot of water main breaks here in the city of Los Angeles. And the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power concluded in its own study that corrosion of iron pipes was the main cause of all of those breaks. In the summer of 2009, that preliminary investigative report said, and I quote, cast iron breaks tend to be the greater cause of street damage than new breaks in other types of pipe. During the same July 1st to July 9th period, approximately 77% of the pipe leaks found in that sample study occurred in iron pipe. Steel was 17%, aggregated concrete was 4%, and others accounted for about 2%. Plastic pipe incurred no leaks or breaks during that period. And the report reads again, available pipe condition data revealed that the failed pipe sections were corroded and deteriorated. Physical examination of the pipe sample showed rust, corrosion pits, microfractures, and graphitization. While recognizing that age is not always the best indicator of how long a pipeline will last, estimates of water infrastructure to the last 70 to 100 years, or estimates for PVC are at least 70 to 100 years. And reports said that by 2010, about 7.5 million feet of the infrastructure will fall into that range here in Los Angeles. Plastic pipe is an ideal replacement for our aging infrastructure, and I urge you guys to look at the benefits of plastic to ductile iron, regardless of how it's wrapped.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jay Martin, and after that, Andrew Genowick.
I'd like to talk today about a project that was done up in Pleasanton, California. The mayor of Pleasanton, Jennifer Hosterman, wrote in the March 28th issue of U.S. Mayor about the benefits of switching from ductile iron to PVC. According to the article, the city grew rapidly in the 1960s and 70s with asbestos cement meeting increased infrastructure demand, followed by ductile iron. However, the city soon learned that the high alkaline in the soil and other factors accelerated corrosion-induced failure of the buried metal infrastructure. Measures to protect the iron pipe, including applying epoxy coatings, polyethylene sleeves, and anodes, connected to the pipe greatly increased initial material and replacement costs. The better solution was to replace it with PVC. The city construction manager reported that PVC was about 70% less expensive, 70% less expensive. The mayor said Pleasanton demonstrated progress and outside recognition have come from being adaptive, flexible, and open to better technologies such as PVC pipe and other infrastructure materials and ways of doing city business. This is all part of good government and smart government. She also says the results of switching to plastic pipe have been very, very impressive, and cost savings have been confirmed by city staff.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Andrew Genowick, and after that, Beryl Clark.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to you today about the cost benefits and cost savings of plastic pipe. PVC and HDPE specifically are very price competitive in nearly every geographic market, especially here in Southern California and Los Angeles. As opposed to ductile iron industry, you will often have several PVC options for any particular job or contract, which will save time and money. PVC pipe is lightweight and easy to use, which is often giving you the a need for easier installment and use of less heavy installation equipment. Also the reduce of cathodic protection, so it reduces time again and saving money. PVC also utilizes color codes pipe to identify types of to quickly identify water types easily, such as blue for drinking water, green for sewer, to greatly reduce the risk of errors when tapping, replacing, or repairing lines in the future. Again, saving time, saving money. Further, new technologies like internal joint restraints help make installation even faster by eliminating external joint restraints, which can take up to about 30 minutes to assemble. They require thrust blocking, each of which time takes hours to cure, again, reducing time, reducing costs. Cities like Pleasanton, California, like we've heard earlier, reported up to 70% savings in piping system consisting mostly of PVC. Savings can not only be realized in material costs, but because corrosion protection is not necessary, installation is less labor intensive and can be done with lighter equipment. This kind of savings is vital to today's economy, where we have to make every penny of every dollar count, particularly when the American Society of Civil Engineers is estimating that California's drinking water infrastructure needs an investment of more than $27 billion over the next 20 years. Local products, again, they're made 50 miles from here, and we can supply them pretty much when needed. So.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Beryl Clark, and after that, Sarah Humphreys.
Good afternoon, Beryl Clark with JM Eagle. We do recognize the robust physical property of ductile iron pipe, so I would like to talk about an overview of the quality testing of PVC pressure pipe. PVC pressure pipe for water transmission or distribution is manufactured to comply AWWA C900 and C905. So it's pretty much the same standards committee that have or develop and or continually maintains the same product standards for ductile iron pipe, the AWWA C150 and 151. Pipe conveying drinking water must meet ANSI NSF Standard 61 to ensure components will not contribute harmful levels of contaminants to the drinking water. It establishes the health effects requirements for the chemical contaminants and impurities that are indirectly imparted to drinking water from products, components, and materials used in drinking water systems. Therefore, the pipe uses NSF-approved raw materials and NSF-approved compounds. Critical dimensions and workmanship of the pipe, like ductile iron pipe, is also measured, recorded, and monitored for PVC pressure pipe. Some of the quality testing includes acetone immersion to test the extrusion quality of the plastic pipe, flattening, which tests the external loading capacity of the plastic pipe. We also do pipe impact resistance, and a short-term burst pressure, sustained pressure test, which subjects the specimen to an internal pressure for over 1,000 hours. And also hydrostatic proof test, where each pipe is hydrostatically proof tested to an internal pressure. In addition to plant quality routine testing, third-party conformity assessment agencies or listing agencies also perform unannounced audits at the manufacturing plants and collect pipe sample for testing to be conducted at their labs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Sarah Humphreys, and after that, Chuck Clark.
As was touched upon in the presentation, high-density polyethylene pipe has shown exceptional resistance to earthquakes over other materials in real-world data. The 1995 Kobe, Japan earthquake is an excellent example. The city experienced about 1,600 water leaks. The failure rates per kilometer were 0 breaks for PE, 0.437 breaks for steel, and 0.488 failures per kilometer for ductile iron. Let me repeat that there were 0 breaks for PE. Failures were due to joint separation 63%, broken pipe 20%, and other damage 17%. In Colombia, officials reported failure rates of pipe in the 1999 earthquake per 10 kilometers of pipe. Again, there were 0 breaks in PE. Cement experienced 9.5 breaks, and cast iron had 9.7 breaks. That is nearly 1 break per kilometer. Officials in Thailand reporting in the 2005 tsunami credited the limited damage to the water infrastructure to the prevalent use of HDPE for potable water. Officials said the piping system performed very well with few failures. PVC pipe has also fared well over other materials. The Valencia Water Company compared the performance of 3 pipe materials, cement, PVC, and steel, during the 6.7 magnitude 1994 Northridge earthquake. Valencia is a city that is about 10 to 15 miles from the quake's epicenter. 3 complete tank failures dewatered Valencia's system in 30 minutes, and there were hundreds of main line and service line breaks, but there were no failures in the main lines of PVC. According to Keith Abercrombie, Vice President of Operations for Valencia Water Company, the majority of breaks occurred with the cement pipe. A dramatic illustration of PVC's advantages over other pipe materials came during one of many aftershocks in which pipes separated and came back together with enormous force, causing significant additional damage in steel pipe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Chuck Clark, and after that, excuse me, Hank Jones.
Can you hand these out, please? Good afternoon. I'm Chuck Clark with JM Eagle. I'd like to talk a little bit about innovations in plastic pipe over the last several decades, including technology that was mentioned several times. C909, which is molecularly oriented PVC pipe that boasts twice the strength of regular PVC with only half the wall thickness. This super pipe is ideal for situations that require a pipe that is more durable than regular PVC pipe and is even 10% cheaper on average than traditional PVC pipe. Articles in top industry publications such as Water and Waste Digest, Government Engineering, and CE News have praised these innovations for reducing installation time, increasing the ease of use, and providing municipalities and water districts better methods for delivering water to their customers. Another new innovation is the Bulldog internal joint restraint. Eliminates the need for expensive external joint restraints. Very soon, hopefully from our company, we're looking to test C909 pipe with an internal joint restraint. There's a reason why the majority of new water mains in the U.S. are PVC. It's less expensive, it's easier to install, it lasts longer. Very simple. And as Neil mentioned, our product is produced in California. Our headquarters is located in Los Angeles. Many of the competing products aren't made in California, and several aren't even made in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Hank Jones, and after that, Mai Hoon.
I have some handouts.
My name is Hank Jones, and I represent JM Eagle HDPE Pipe. The presentation was very good, and I like the way it supported HDPE pipe. LADWP currently has over 70,000 feet of HDPE that's been used to rehabilitate failing metal pipes. That's called trenchless technology. There's another method that wasn't discussed that I'd like to bring up, because you have 66% of your system that's cast iron, and that's called pipe bursting. And that's a method where you can pull a bursting head through a pipe, cast iron pipe, break it, push the broken pieces into the side fill, and pull a large diameter pipe through. I have photos of a project that was done for LADWP about 8 years ago where a pipe was pipe burst off of Mulholland Drive. Be very glad to put on another presentation to discuss and demonstrate pipe bursting for you. But I think that's a real non-invasive method of repairing a lot of your existing cast iron pipe. You also have 200,000 plus feet of HDPE pipe in Owens Lake. There's a project that's starting up very quickly, and JM Eagle will begin shipping that pipe here in the next week or so. To put in a frame of reference, HDPE pipe is manufactured up to 63-inch diameter. There are currently discussions about going larger than that. We make pipe up to 335 PSI. That would be a 24-inch diameter pipe, and that can handle 2 times that pressure rating for an occasional surge. In other words, well over 600 PSI. The diurnal pressures I saw on this slide, I don't think even exceeded 150 PSI. So I think there are probably a lot of pressures that we could handle. Another issue is carbon black. HDPE pipe is manufactured with carbon black, which is a barrier to ultraviolet degradation. The pipe can be stored indefinitely outdoors without degradation. You don't need to put it in a building. You don't need to cover it.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mai Hoon, and after that, Marcus Galindo.
Is Michael, if we have another speaker from JM Eagle, then we've had multiple speakers from JM Eagle. As I understand it, you only get one speaker from, that's my legal advice, so we are precluded from hearing any more speakers from JM Eagle. I apologize. If this had been brought to my attention, I would have limited to one speaker. Sorry. Sorry. So do we have any non-JM Eagle speakers?
Yes, I do
Okay.
have one. Sean Farley.
I'm going to apologize. Don't take that personally. It's just, okay. I'm really not that grouchy. So okay.
Hi, my name is Sean Farley. I'm here representing U.S. Pipe. We have the ductile iron pipe contract. I guess a question would be, you ask why does 60% of installations go PVC? I'd say the answer is most likely because it's cheaper. The corresponding question is why throughout the country do many of the major urban population centers stay with ductile iron pipe? Boston, Philadelphia, New York City, Chicago. Their distribution systems are ductile iron pipe. The main reason is because it's a much stronger product. Ductile iron has 10 times the tensile strength of PVC and 20 times the tensile strength of HDPE. And with that strength, even though it's a much, much higher rated product, we can have a thinner wall because of that strength. The good news with that is that we have a larger internal diameter, reducing pumping costs. If you are truly interested in designing for 100 years, you will find that the increase that you're paying for the material up front will take care of itself over time because of that larger flow area and reduced pumping costs. As far as longevity goes, we did a dig up this morning. 47-year-old polywrap pipe that your corrosion department is going to tell you looked pristine. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cities in this country that have mains in operation that are over 100 years old, dozens that have mains, iron mains that are in operation that are over 150 years old. You guys are on that list, and you have a 126-year-old main in operation right now. And I would recommend when people talk about iron mains that are corroding, iron mains that are breaking, do your due diligence and separate those iron mains from cast iron that didn't have polyethylene encasement to newer ductile iron pipe that is polyethylene encased. And we do make your pipe at our plant here in California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was the last card for number 20.
Okay, I think any other comments on item 20, which is the presentation, before we go to item 13? Okay, let's move on to item 13. Who's going to be presenting that matter? Jim, is that you?
I guess I can do it.
Okay, so why don't we've all read the material, and we've heard the presentation. Are there questions that any of the commissioners would like to put forward?
I have some questions.
Okay, Commissioner Noonan?
Okay. It's stated that this is a replacement contract. I'm curious, as to how long we have been working with this entity and how many times we've recontracted with them before?
I'll defer to staff to give you the history on that, but this is it's a commodity, a low bid commodity contract, so we don't choose who we do business with. We put it out to bid. We take the lowest bid, and that's who we award the contract to.
I'm very well versed how the bidding process works, but time and again, I have been apprised that just by chance we keep reissuing replacement contracts with certain entities. And on that note, it states that even though almost $44 million contract was advertised to 367 registered users, only 24 downloaded and only 4 responded, I find that really hard to believe. And if that's the case, why is that the case?
Probably I'd like Mr. Collins to respond to that. He's in charge of our procurement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anselmo Collins, Acting Director of Supply Chain Services. The question you're asking is why did we not get more bidders?
Well, my first
or why did they download it?
Yeah, my first question is, how long have we been doing, have we issued contracts to U.S. Pipe?
I do not have that information off the top of my head. We can look at the vendor history and let you know. I do know for a fact that they have been awarded several contracts in the past. All these contracts have been competitively bid, and they were awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. But I would have to provide you with that information. I don't have it with me at this point.
Okay, well, I think that's vital information, and it does lend to the question why we only have 4 responses on an almost $44 million contract.
I think the answer to that question is we have pretty substantial requirements in all our specifications. There are certain specifications like this one where there's just only a handful of people that are able to fabricate this type of pipe. I think U.S. Pipe being one of them that actually bidded on this. So when we do send out notifications, we send it out to anybody and everybody who, when they register in the City of Los Angeles Business Assistance Virtual Network and in DWP's electronic procurement system, anybody that says pipeline, they receive a copy of that. So the number might sound much larger than the actual number of manufacturers of pipe. We also send it to potential subcontractors if there's any. So you tend to see a very large number. We're trying to cast as wide of a net as possible. And then in this case, the few companies that actually provide this type of service are the ones that actually download it and consequently bid.
Okay, well, I feel like I sound like a broken record. But my concern as a commissioner is that there may be the appearance that the same entity keeps getting rehired, and as for small local business users, why should they even respond if the contract is almost guaranteed to go back to the same company? That's why I think it's key to know how much revenue U.S. Pipe has made from the department.
Okay.
And I also would like to know, of the people, the 24 that did download the RFP, I would like to understand why they decided not to bid the job. It's a huge job. It's almost $44 million.
Okay. We can definitely provide you that information. But I would say that a job like this would more than likely not be small enough for a small local business to be able to bid on it. So it could be a local company.
Strike small and local. Just why aren't more businesses bidding on this work?
We can definitely contact some of the firms or the companies that received the opportunity and ask them why they did not bid.
How many companies nationally could fulfill this contract?
Nationally?
Yeah.
I don't know that information. Maybe Jonathan.
I think Jonathan had some information.
You're talking about the same number, about 4 or 5 manufacturing. Again, for a plant, you're probably talking investment costs of maybe 80 to 120 million.
Okay, so there's a universe of maybe four or 5 companies that could fulfill the order?
Pardon?
There's a universe of maybe 4 or 5 companies nationally that could fulfill the order?
Consistently bid on our jobs.
Okay, are any of those located in California?
The one we have was based in Birmingham. Their manufacturing, as alluded to, up north in Northern California. In terms of the other bidders, I don't have that detail with me of whether or not they were based in California.
Were any based in L.A. County by any chance?
I don't know if they're headquartered. And again, maybe draw a distinction between where people are headquartered and where they're manufactured. But
According to the, I'm sorry, just
No,
wanted to
please, go
answer
ahead.
part of his question. According to our board letter, of the 24 users that viewed and downloaded, one of them was located in LA County. So that would be on page 3 of the board letter.
But the manufacturing universe is relatively small. That's what you're saying.
That's correct, sir.
4 to 5 potential suppliers. Okay. And then I assume if you didn't have this contract, it'd be a fair amount of retooling costs to try to meet the specs that we require?
when we see the competition emerge, it tends to be overseas, like with our steel pipe contracts now. They traditionally were a couple of regional firms, but more, the bidders, when they do bid, we're seeing increasing numbers coming from like China and overseas places. But there is a hurdle.
On the other hand, the PVC market tends to be more of a domestic market. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it seems like they've got manufacturing bases here in California, Arizona, Northern California, Texas.
Yeah, I heard there's an outfit called JM Eagle that's located nearby.
I don't know who's running the company today, but that's all right.
Production, yes. We're actually intending to maybe tour some of those plants.
Well, one thing I'd like to point out is that we mentioned the spec, and I don't want the commissioners to get the impression that we have some super secret spec that only certain vendors can bid on. We bid an AWWA product, so it's American Water Works Association industry standard. So we do buy one of the heavier gauges, but as you heard, not even as heavy as City of Boston's going to even.
But I wasn't asking about our spec. I was asking about the retooling cost. If you
I just didn't want you to think that we had something that only.
Other questions or comments, Commissioner?
One last question. Is there another strategy that we could take where if we were to chop up the bid specification into different parts, that we might be able to get a larger universe of bidders that would be responsive?
We could probably try that approach in the future. I mean, one of the things that's challenging for us, when you want to have the flexibility to either respond to in changing investment strategy for your infrastructure program, or to respond to a disaster or something like that, we want to have the upside to be able to award. But we could maybe entertain the idea of taking it into smaller parts in the future. And
one of the things that we do, Commissioner, is certain contracts, what we have the ability to do is to break it into groups so that you can award the contract by group. So potentially having multiple awards in one contract. Right. That is something that we can look at here, and it can be done by pipe size, if need be, whether it's 6-inch, 8-inch, 12-inch pipe versus 24 and 20-inch pipe. You can break it up that way, and that's an option that we have. You can award it as a whole if it happens to be the same bidder that's low, and we can get sometimes a discount because if they're getting all the items, or we can also award it separately based on the lowest bid per that particular grouping. And we do this in multiple commodities, and that is a way for us to be able to debundle it without having to have separate specs go out. It's one spec, everything is there, but you can actually bid on it separately.
But if the universe is 4 to 6 manufacturers, and we got 4 bids,
yes,
we got 3 bids. Most of them got 3.
Yes.
Yeah, breaking it up by size might not get you much more.
Because it's a limited industrial base. Sounds like Commissioner Noonan.
Given the numerous discussions we've had about budgetary constraints, I'm curious as to why you forecast that our mainline goals are going to steadily increase over the next 3 years by 95,000 square feet to 210,000 square feet, because my understanding is we've had to make cuts and we're really just doing the minimal amount of work. So I'm just trying to understand that math.
Yeah, just by a little way of background, we started developing this contract probably about 16, 18 months ago, and at that time there was a sincere desire to see if we couldn't accelerate the infrastructure program. I think a number of people commented about the frustration with a 400-year replacement cycle. So we didn't want the material contract to be the limiting factor, but certainly if the budget constraints end up being what they are, then we'll live with closer to $3 or $5 million on the expenditure per year.
And again, we're only, under the contract, we're only obligated to buy $3.5 million, and we would only buy the pipe that we need to install. So we're well, with $3.5 million, we're well within a minimal installation program.
In my recollection, this is a 1-year contract with 2 one-year options, and it's our option, obviously.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. Other questions, or Commissioner Moss?
I'd like to move for approval.
I do have a speaker card for this item.
Sorry.
Would you mind if I do add one piece of information?
of course not, please.
There was a question that was asked about number of contracts issued to this vendor. I do have the information. Actually, in the last 5 years or so, we issued one contract. It was a 3-year contract that started in 2008. Ended in 2011. It was for $16.9 million. That was with U.S. Pipe.
Okay.
And when we do our research, we go 5 to 7 years back to see the more recent history.
If we're issuing 3-year contracts, I'd like to have a history of 20-plus years.
Very well. We can do that.
Okay, the speaker?
We have a speaker, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Speaker is Sean Farley.
I did want to confirm to you your question. There are 4 domestic ductile iron pipe manufacturers in the United States. And avail myself for any other questions about ductile iron pipe domestic manufacturers.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, that was the only card.
I think item 13 has been moved and second. Is that correct? No. Okay. Are there any objections?
I object.
Hearing one objection is no, the matter passes. I do want to thank Commissioner Noonan and the other commissioners for raising this issue. This is precisely the kind of issue that we need to drill down on. It's a lot of money, right? And you're going to see more and more of that from this commission. And if it offends you, too bad. Because, I mean that, because it is really important that we do everything we can to minimize the cost. I also want to compliment the department. I thought this was a very good presentation. I thought it was very thorough, very thoughtful. I am often critical of the responses I get. I thought the responses to questions were better than they have been in the past, and just thank you all of you. Item 14.
I do have one speaker card on 14.
Let's hear the speaker.
The speaker is Dr. Tom Williams.
Can I ask the question, is Dr. Williams the speaker on 14, 17, and 18?
Yes.
Would you like to address all those at the same time? And we'll give you additional time.
Remember what they are.
Oh, we'll take your time.
I like pipe.
Okay.
No, I've done PVC ductile, but you also have riveted steel. Steel.
So you
not much.
So why don't we take
a few miles?
Why don't we get your comment on 14 first?
Okay, 14. A 56% increase in costs. You were just talking about costs. Rounded off, $2.8 million change order. This was the reason why I caught on it was it started with quality assurance. I was a certified ISO 9000 external auditor for quality assurance. This was not a quality assurance project. It's hardly even a quality control project. What it seems to be is the way to get into starting a training program. Because all that says in the agenda item that there's no change of scope other than cost. Well, that's not quite true. It's really a training program now. And you were talking about, it's a Georgia company. It has 2 people from the city of Los Angeles as their key personnel. The rest of the 15, well, there are 2 from California, 2 more from California. But the remaining of the 17 are nowhere from California, not even the West Coast. There was 1 from Portland. So why go so far and change the whole project from quality assurance, supposedly, to real training programs? So it seems a little bit of a waste of money, number one. Money that's being sent all the way out of the state, and change orders. Thank you.
Why don't you stay there? Item 17, you want to comment on the local bid preference?
Low bid.
Okay.
Neighborhood councils have been recently requested to purchase all of their materials from our little meager $4 million, hardly even worth talking about, from the city of Los Angeles, not from the county of Los Angeles. So when I saw local, I wanted to see how you guys define local. hey, I will take it back to Dunn and say, hey, if you're going to allow Water and Power to do it LA County, then allow the neighborhood councils to do it LA County. I would prefer to see it LA City. And since El Sereno has 40,000 cars commuting through El Sereno each and every day from the San Gabriel Valley, I would prefer to see it all in Los Angeles City rather than for LA County. Simple economics. We need the sales tax, but neighborhood councils will contribute our $4 million worth to preferably within our neighborhood council areas and the city of Los Angeles.
And number 18 on the Small Business Enterprise Program?
18, small business enterprise. I'm actually the Business and Economic Development chairperson for our neighborhood council. And tomorrow night, we're hopefully going to approve a massive sum of money for a small business workshop, or a series of them, trying to mentor our small businesses so that they can figure out how to deal with the DWP, DPW, and other rate increases next year that are coming, and how to survive during the current economic conditions. So we're quite interested that, hey, Dunn is a department within the city of Los Angeles, but we seldom, if ever, hear anything about what's going on in the other departments. And there are members of 95 neighborhood councils who are interested in small business. So I say, tell the rest of LA City government what's going on. I don't know how, but we need to know before we can contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 14. Who's for John? Is it John Chin? Are there questions for Mr. Chin on item 14?
Yes.
Commissioner Motz?
Echoing what Dr. Williams was saying, there seems to be some serious creep in this contract from what originally was put out, and it seems, if I read the board letter right, the takeaway I got was that basically we don't have personnel at the department that can really handle these issues, so now we got to depend upon these people to train the personnel so that we can do what we've hired other people to do to fix our system, and this seems like a real catastrophe to me. I'm really at a loss. This is like a nightmarish. It reads as a nightmarish situation of a CIS project gone wild. So with that, convince me otherwise.
Okay. Well, if I may just give you a little background. So we had the contract out with SI, a system integrator. The original budget included the training portion. We have to train approximately 1,500 people over a span of maybe 4 months. And those training are, includes not only the training itself, but also creating the manuals, the procedure writings, also work with the testing team to make sure the procedures are correctly written. All those needs to be done at least for 3 new systems, which is the billing system, the meter management system, and also the workforce management system. So those are fairly brand new systems, and it requires special expertise in doing that. And the reason we went with 5 Point in this proposal is because they have been involved in about 60% of the CIS implementations nationwide. And over the years, they have also developed in-house programs and basically spreadsheets or files that's already templates that's already being tailored for this type of systems. And the increase in the contract amount for the 5 Point will be directly offset by the equal amount to the existing contract with the system integrator, which is the Price Waterhouse. So the net increase from the original proposed budget is 0.
Okay, can you repeat that? I don't know that I quite followed what you just said.
Okay. Well, so originally we had a contract with the Price Waterhouse Cooper.
Right.
And for the system integration of the 3 systems,
Uh-huh.
that included training component of that.
Okay.
And as we selected the software, we had to do a selection, so we didn't know which product we'll go with at that particular time. After the selection, after the determination of which system we're going to install, we felt that the 5-point has probably the best educational, I guess, services to handle what we have selected. And therefore, we're shifting the dollar amount. We're reducing the $2.7 million from the SI and asking the task to be taken on by 5-point. So the net cost increase is 0 for the from the.
Okay, so you're referring in the board letter to the first page, the
That's
bottom
correct.
of the paragraph, where you say it's presented to the board on September 20th.
That's correct.
The increase in amount. Now, refresh my memory. Did we take an action to actually reduce the contract to Price Waterhouse on September 20th? Did we? I mean, is that dialed in and done? Have they signed off on it?
Well, we have documented in the board letter that is what we're going to do, and so we'll follow that. I don't know if we needed to have another.
I mean, their contract amount includes a significant contingency
For training.
piece, and we're essentially have told them, and they've agreed that they understand.
Is that in writing?
We're not going to that. We will not authorize a task to allow them to use that contingency.
I understand. Is that in writing then?
We can put in writing, and it's already being agreed upon.
So you're saying there's a zero-sum increase between, you're just shifting over the training responsibility from Price Waterhouse to 5-point in this instance?
We want to select the best people to
Right.
help
Why
us.
don't you just say that in the board letter? And make life a lot easier for everyone, because the way the board letter reads is you're, not doubling, but you're vastly increasing this guy's contract for no apparent reason. I mean, I find that very misleading.
Okay.
Got me all riled up for no good purpose. See, you convinced me.
Well, welcome to the crowd. We're all riled up today. So.
But I will like to see that letter countersigned by Price Water so that we're clear that there's truly trading dollars here.
We will get that.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a motion on item 14?
There is.
Second?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none, item 14 passes. Item 15, that's missing.
Mr. President, I'm requesting that we tease out the agreements on item 15.
Okay, you can go but one by one. Is that what tease out means?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And so I'm in favor of 2 of the 3 contracts.
So
but a
that's
third contract I cannot vote in favor of.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the
Yes.
Failman agreement and the?
May I state the motion?
We can make the motion.
All right, make the motion.
I am moving to approve the agreements with Van Ness Feldman and SNR Denton.
Okay. Is there discussion on those contracts?
Yes.
Okay, then we need to.
I would just like someone to tell me that these are absolutely essential contracts, and I'd also like to know what the coordination is with the city. I mean, I know that it's clear that we're coordinating with the mayor's office, but why do we need our own lobbyists in Washington? Why can't the city provide this?
Well, I think the answer on with respect to Van Ness Feldman is fairly straightforward. The city doesn't have FERC expertise.
Well, all right.
They don't do FERC work. It's a very unique practice, as you know.
Okay.
And Van Ness is an extraordinarily good firm in the area.
So if the general manager would like to assure me that these are essential contracts, that we need these lobbyists, I will be satisfied with that.
These are essential contracts, and I participated in the reviews of all of the bidders that we went through that process. Spent a lot of time with them. We spent a lot of time sorting out. We asked them. There was a broad array of services that we were seeking. We asked them to bid where they thought they best could provide assistance to us. We reserved to ourselves the right to, if you will, kind of slice and dice among those to bring out the best strengths of where these people had the best understanding of our issues, the best understanding of the issues in Washington, the best track record with respect to being able to bring this up. In terms of overall, while we're bringing these about, we are under the largest capital program in the history of this utility. We have been reasonably successful in recent years in terms of being able to garner federal support for our share of some of those projects. In some cases, not in others. And in part, I attribute that to the fact that Los Angeles, as a city, and LEHRER as a utility are not synonymous. There's just different issues that we deal with, and having someone that represents us and helps work with us directly is important. We've cut back, and the city has cut back its Washington, D.C. presence. We did coordinate directly with the city and their Washington, D.C. presence. In fact, they were present in all of the interviews on this as well. Okay. On that, I don't know above and beyond that, Lorraine, if you want to add additional color, but that's. And believe me, since I'm the one who's looking long and hard before it ever gets to you on budget-related issues, we cut back from the budget levels that were proposed across the board with all of these contracts, and these parties have agreed to lower budget levels.
I guess if I might just throw one other idea out, the thing that caused me a little caution with this resolution is the 3-year nature of it and the fact that they're retainers on monthly retainer. So I would like to ask that the general manager, before we re-up for the 2nd year and before we re-up for the 3rd year, that the general manager report back to the board as to what specifically has been done with each of these contracts and what each of the consultants has provided to us and the deliverables that they've provided to us, so that we have a sense that the retainer monies are being well spent. I'm just real big on close management of consultants at all times. So I'd like to just ask that.
Okay, certainly.
Let me put this in context. I've run Washington offices for probably 20 years now. We don't have a Washington presence. $500,000 a year is a tiny amount of money to spend, given what's at risk here. Just a couple of matters that go the wrong way could cost us significantly more than this. These are capable people. They are well connected in Washington. They understand the process. They will give us access that we will not otherwise have. And quite frankly, if we don't have these kind of consultants, we would be at a decided disadvantage relative to others in the space.
Yeah, I appreciate the context.
Is there a motion to approve? Ms. Pasquette, before you go forward?
I'm wondering if there will be a separate discussion on Furman, because we'd like to ask for approval on that.
I think we're going to. There was no second on that motion, so is there a motion?
So let me offer a second on
or we can move all three.
Motion.
Yeah, well, okay.
Well, he moved 2.
Okay, so 2 items have been moved, and as it's been moved in second, any objection? No. Those 2 passed. Now let's talk about the Furman contract. Is there a motion to approve the Furman contract?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'd like to hear Commissioner Parkley's objections or concerns.
This firm has represented some water interests that I find extremely antagonistic to the environmental perspective. But if the board so moves to approve, I will object, but I can understand why the utility would want to take advantage of their services.
So in other words, they're hired guns and they're hired by people whose guns you don't like?
There are some projects they've championed that would be very troubling to my constituents.
Fair enough. Second the motion.
I think you made the.
You made the motion.
Oh, I made the motion.
You can do a lot of things, boss, but you can't move that second. So.
Yeah, and I approve it also.
I just wanted to comment that one of the main things that we are going to have the Furman Group do, should the board approve this contract, is go after money for recycled water projects. And they've got one of the best track records with the Title 16 program and recycled water. And they've put together a strategy for us on the Water Resource Development Act funding, getting a placement in that legislation. So I guess lobbyists have different kinds of clients, but I think the work that we're asking them to do is very much of an environmental and supportive nature for our recycled water program.
Is there a second?
Well, I mean, that just seems hypocritical, given Commissioner Parker's response. If they really aren't environmentally friendly, why are we using them to lobby that kind of work? And what is the competition? And is this timing critical? Can we go out to bid and align ourselves with a firm that meets the goals and objectives of the department? Because to be honest with you, I don't know enough about this firm, but I know that Commissioner Parker is very well versed in it. And if he has hesitation, I tend to kind of follow his hesitation without having the details in front of me.
Yeah, so if I could just add, Mr. President, Commissioners, again, this is Cindy Montanez with Intergovernmental Affairs, that Mr. McDaniel is right on that. We've tried for the last several years. I've been with the department 3 years, I think, now, and we have had other firms that have worked on water issues. And we specifically, I think, sought out and recruited the Furman Group prior for some of the work that they had done, because they are considered one of the top boutique firms that focus on water infrastructure projects. And our biggest priority for the water system continues to be, the remediation of the San Fernando Basin, our water recycling. We had tried to try to get Title 16 authorization and authorization through the Water Resources Development Act, and we're not successful. When we brought in the Furman Group, they sat with us, and we developed a strategy with the water system, and we have been successful to actually have a bill that we're moving, or an authorization that we're trying to move now through Congress, that will start us off with, we hope, the authorization for our water recycling program. $10 million. We could, if we get that authorization, increase the amount to make it $25 million, if not more. So there's no question about it that when you look at who are the top firms in water infrastructure financing and funding, that the Furman Group consistently comes out at the top. So that's why we would recommend it. I don't know what environmental clients potentially they've lobbied against, but it's definitely in LEDWP's best interest to move forward with the Furman Group.
Okay. I'm sorry. I know this meeting has been quite long already, but is there critical timing to executing this agreement? I personally would feel more comfortable doing my own due diligence on the firm. How critical is the timing of approving
their
this?
contract expired yesterday, October 31st, so it's expired yesterday. We have this authorization request currently with Senator Dianne Feinstein. She has agreed to author that request for us. It is moving through the process, potentially could move through the process, so if we don't have a firm on board, it is not in the best interest of the department. $10 million to start with if we get that authorization.
If I could just jump in, the way that we look at the resources in DC and measure the outcomes or their ability to be effective. And I understand and appreciate and very sympathetic to where Commissioner Parker is coming from, because sometimes when you do have a coalition or if you have resources that have been previously aligned, it may impact the effectiveness. And we've thought through that with the number, not just the Furman Group, with the number of different resources. And the balance on this one is we have to make a strong preference for the effectiveness. And we had a lobbyist on a contract prior to Cindy and I, at a single lobbyist at $30,000 a month that was zero and had no effectiveness on the water side, despite numerous requests for funding for basin remediation and recycling. And so our metric is, can we make progress with Congress to bring some money home for the water system? And can we engage a firm who can hit the ground running both technically and politically and work within those? And so I do share Commissioner Parvey's concerns because it does weigh heavy on us, but at the end of the day, it's about, on a monthly basis, not just an annual basis, but on a monthly basis, really measuring their outcomes and whether or not they are meeting our requirements. And Mr. McDaniel has worked with this firm in D.C., and I think he would say they're probably the most attentive and effective in the last four or 5 years. And Ms. Martinez has also worked with them and managed them on a short-term basis to see how responsive they would be to the city. So it's a balance here, but I think where we're accountable is on the outcome.
It sounds like this is one of those situations, you know, because in the past I've railed against bringing us contracts for approval when they've already expired, and I guess this one expired yesterday. Yes. So it's not too bad track record, you know, compared. But given the background that you've given us with the bill that's in Congress now and the absolute importance of the monies that we might be able to get for DWP and the fact that the lobbyist is ready to perform and is in the process of performing, I think we would really be doing ourselves in the department a disservice by not approving this contract at this time. I think this is one of those situations where time is of the essence, and I wouldn't even be interested in deferring this. So I say we go forward.
Is there a second?
Well, in a perfect world, I wish we had a full board here because I feel kind of between a rock and a hard place. If Commissioner Hollerman was in attendance, I would abstain because I really don't feel like I have enough information to make a correct choice. But given the critical nature of what you've described, I will move. But please note, now that I am aware of the concerns and consideration of Commissioner Parfrey, this is a firm that I'll do more research on, and I think that we need to really look at who we want to align ourselves with to make sure that they mirror our priorities and goals as a department.
I know the firm by reputation. I know it's a very effective firm, and we need a terribly effective firm in this climate right now. So for that reason, I'm inclined to support this. It's been moved in second. All in favor? Any objection? I'm sorry. Any objections?
I object.
Okay. Duly noted. The matter passes. Thank you. Item 16.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Julie Riley to come up to the podium, and while she's getting seated, just to give you a little background on this Owens Lake item. If you recall, as a result of the delays in being unable to construct 3.1 square miles of moat and row by the October 1st, 2010 deadline on Owens Lake, we entered into a stipulated order for abatement in March of this year to provide additional time to complete the project. And as a part of that stipulated order, LADWP and Great Basin agreed that the original 3.1 square mile moat and row project would be replaced with shallow flooding, managed vegetation, gravel cover, and then a new test of tillage as a best available control methodology. We requested the inclusion of the tillage best available control methodology, or BACM, on 1/3 square mile in order to evaluate and ultimately implement this new BACM measure that could save us significant amounts of water. The specific requirements in the stipulated order relating to the tillage BACM are that the BACM testing needs to begin before October 1st, 2011, and that the 1/3 square mile test area used for testing should either be under control with tillage BACM if approved by Great Basin, or with one of the existing 3 BACMs by December 31st, 2015. We met our October 1st, 2011 deadline to begin the tillage test, but due to the adverse weather conditions, the soil's been too saturated to conduct the required tilling. And since LADWP and Great Basin have not agreed on the testing standards, the second deadline of December 31st, 2015 may not be met. And under the current stipulated order, if we fail to meet that deadline, we could be subject to offset payments ranging from $5,500 to $10,000 a day. Now, one of the important aspects of that stipulated order was that we do have the ability to request this resolution that's before you today in order to begin a mediation process and extend the December 31st, 2015 deadline to provide additional time to complete the tillage backup test. So that's what this item is. I'll let Ms. Riley talk about what the next steps are.
Do we have, I think we might understand this. Are there questions on this one?
I have a question. Is there a possibility of litigation associated with this matter?
Yes.
Would it be appropriate to bring this into a closed session for a conversation before we bring it to a vote?
Certainly. We discussed it in closed session at the board's previous meeting, and we could do that again today.
I would appreciate that as well, as I read it very carefully and would want to do that.
So is there?
Yeah, and excuse me, and the mere fact that it was agendized in open session, you can always take it into closed session.
But then we can't bring it back to closed session.
Can we bring it back into open?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we will move this into closed session. I don't need a motion for that, do I? Because we're going to bring it back after.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Well done. Item 17.
Pipe types. These are local pipe types.
Yes, County of LA.
Yes.
The county. Okay. Can we also hear from the city attorney on this matter as well? Because I'd like to hear about the specific, chapter and verse within the city charter, so that we understand why we cannot have the bid preference related to the city and it has to be countywide.
Why don't you answer that question now? That's a.
Yes, the city charter states that the city may have a local bid preference, but it restricts it to LA County. And we cannot be more restrictive than that.
Could you actually read what it says in the city charter? Can we have that read into the record of this meeting?
I don't have the charter with me, but
I think Joe Brayovich has a copy.
Can we just take notice of the provision?
How about judicial notice?
Yeah, let's just take judicial notice of the provision, right?
And this issue, county versus city, came up, as I understand, I wasn't around then, but back when the charter was revised in the late 90s, and there was some discussion about whether you should do city or county. And the discussion at that time centered on the fact that LA was part of a regional economy, and we shouldn't be so parochial as to limit our bid preferences to just the city.
Whatever the rationale is, it's the only thing the city could have done at this point in time without an amendment to the charter, right?
Correct.
And
not that we can't amend the charter, but that's another process.
Right.
Yeah.
And there was some discussion at the city council a couple of weeks ago about doing exactly this.
And they were advised the charter would have to be amended to make it more restrictive.
And there was a discussion at council to conceive of doing an amendment to the charter.
There was some interest expressed by some council people.
But there was no motion, there was no...
No, you can't do a motion. You would have to amend it by...
It's going to take a vote of the people to amend the charter.
Of course, it would take a vote.
I was at the council meeting when this issue was discussed, and there was a motion introduced, a friendly motion, basically asking the city attorney's office to look at taking this to the voters for a charter amendment. The discussion was whether or not an ordinance would be good enough for a charter amendment. The city attorney that was present said it was very clear in his mind that it had to be a charter amendment. So there was a motion introduced directing his office to look into this matter and to take it to the voters.
And where does that motion stand now?
I don't know, sir.
Is the city attorney's office developing some charter language?
I'm not aware of it, but
I don't know.
Can I ask for a report back if where the city attorney is on the council motion?
Absolutely.
I'm very much inclined to, I don't know what action it takes for us to approve this, but I think it's a big step forward. But as we've seen in just analyzing a couple of the contracts today, it's not really providing the economic development to the city that we would like, given the charter restrictions.
Are we restricted by the charter in the way that the city is?
Yes.
We are the city. Yeah.
Well, I know we are the city, but I just was wondering if it's the same restriction for us.
This purpose, yeah.
the ordinance, the city ordinance, and correct me, Dirk, if I'm wrong, specifically relates to the city, does not cover the proprietaries, but does encourage them to pass by resolution an adoption of what the city's done. What can always happen is you can pass a resolution adopting the ordinance applicable to DWP. I'm sure if the charter is amended, there'll be another ordinance, and then you'll have ample opportunity to go ahead and adopt that ordinance.
There is one thing about the ordinance that I just wanted to point out, because it kind of struck me as a bit of a negative, which is in our board letter, section 6, the effect of failure of contractor to maintain status as a local business. My concern there is that might really cause business development to shy away because of the penalties. I mean, it really under this, or at least the ordinance, if a contractor fails to qualify as a local business for more than 60 days during the term of the contract, or is unable to replace a non-qualifying, non-performing local contractor, then basically there could be a clawback, and that contractor then has to return money to the department. And I'm just, as putting myself in a bidder's shoes, I'd be very wary about that. And I'm wondering if that might trip up the purpose of this,
Commissioner?
Of this entire idea.
This board can go ahead and take an action to adopt the ordinance in its entirety, or to adopt the ordinance by revising it. It's totally up to you. There was even some anticipation at some point in time by some of the proprietaries that they may want to make the minimum higher than it is in the ordinance. But that's totally up to you. So if that's a concern of yours, you certainly, and the board feels that way, you certainly can adopt it.
Could you make your point about the clawback again?
If we are adopting the ordinance as it's written, if you look at section 10.47.9, I hate to be so wonky about this, but as they say, the devil's in the detail. It provides a mechanism for essentially clawback to the contractor, where the contractor has to return monies to the city in the instance of the ordinance, or our department in the instance of our approval of it. The awarding authority, that's the department in our instance, shall be entitled to withhold or recover funds from the contractor in an amount that represents the value of the bid or the proposal preference. There's some ways, there's some methods here for the contractor to try and avoid that, but ultimately it's putting a layer a very punitive layer, on a contractor that the contractor may not want to deal with. So I'm just wondering if that kind of undercuts the good intentions of the ordinance.
Well, Commissioner, if I could speak to that a moment.
This is 10.47.
Yeah, 10.47.5. It's on page 4 of the ordinance.
0.5, okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, no, I read the wrong section. 10.47.9 on page 6 of the ordinance.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nichols.
Well, I think the intent of that, because there was some discussion around that issue, I know when it came up, I think the intent around that is, in the plainest terms, not to have a bait and switch.
Absolutely.
And it's my understanding, and I would happily have counsel weigh in since I'm not one, but the discussion around that item and the language around that item when it was discussed, the city council, that is, was that if you get an 8% preference, and therefore you were able to bid 8% higher than somebody else and you didn't perform it, you could get a clawback of the 8% or whatever subsection of that they didn't qualify for. And that was the way it was explained. That doesn't seem, it's a judgmental issue. It doesn't seem unduly punitive. It's a matter of not giving somebody the benefit of something that didn't perform under, and that's my understanding. If it, I don't know, Dirk or others, if you've understood it differently, it would be helpful to provide some different light.
I guess the problem that I'm having is that the awarding authority, in the parlance of the ordinance, doesn't have the obligation to make a finding that the contractor somehow was doing a bait and switch. Under the pure reading of this thing, you could have a confluence of circumstances where a subcontractor drops out, and all of a sudden the contractor's, through no fault of his or her own, is now facing a real, potentially draconian situation. And I thought about this because I think it is important to have some enforcement to make sure that people are on the up and up. But my way of dealing with it would be to say that the awarding authority has to make an affirmative finding that the entity that's being punished has done something wrong. And that's how I would, personally want to handle it, not just have an automatic kind of provision where someone drops out, suddenly they're, a contractor is being harmed by it.
The ordinance does appear to give the board, in this case, some discretion. It says the awarding authority shall be entitled. It doesn't say they must.
Yeah.
So I think there could be a variety of factors taken into consideration as to whether or not there's a clawback or not.
Yeah, that is what it says. Other questions or comments on the proposed ordinance?
Does the general manager have a recommendation related to the proposed ordinance?
Disapprove?
As written?
As written, I believe, and let me back up and put this in context. We have had many discussions. I've had a number of discussions with our senior assistant general managers and staff on why can't we get more local bids? Why are we going so far afield? Why aren't we getting more robust bidding opportunities here? We're frustrated by it. We have had limitations of being able to induce parties to come here. I know this board has shared those concerns. We've had some of those concerns, I believe, expressed here today. Is it, from my perspective, in terms of looking at it as a non-attorney and trying to manage it, is it perfect? No. I don't believe, in my view, my judgment, we shouldn't make perfect be the enemy of the good. I believe this gives us a tool that allows us to bring more work to Los Angeles. This utility is one of the larger economic engines in the city. And by that I mean the entire city of Los Angeles. And when you get within city government, we loom very large in that regard. And I think we can make a difference here out of this. I believe to the extent that we can make a difference and bring more jobs here, will it cost potentially a little bit more per job? Yes, I believe it probably could. But the end result is that there's more jobs here, more opportunity here that gets paid for many times over in our local economy, and I think there's a benefit associated with doing that. I'm assuming that over time, if we encounter difficulties with its implementation, that we'll be able to have some means by which we can make adjustments to it and work through an ordinance change in some fashion. And that I guess I would like some comfort from council if that's the case, but that's my understanding.
Council is nodding his head.
I've heard anecdotally that the city of Oakland has a local bid preference that is much weightier than the proposed the LA ordinance. That they're assigning something like 20 percentage points or something like that out of 100 to companies that are cited locally. And I would think that when you're doing something like that, you're bumping into the interstate commerce clause of the Constitution.
Potentially.
Other questions, Commissioner Noonan, Commissioner Ma?
One other question directed to council, building upon what the general manager just said. Our resolution is authorizing the department to implement the ordinance. Is it adopting the ordinance? In other words, if we find as a practical matter that as we go through it, we want to tweak certain elements of the ordinance, or would we be free to do that as part of our policy?
I believe, and are we adopting the ordinance or adopting a policy to utilize the ordinance?
I believe we're adopting
the ordinance.
And if we choose to depart from the ordinance, I haven't researched this issue, but I believe we would have to craft our own separate ordinance.
Okay.
That's the same thing. We could revise the ordinance over time.
Yeah, if
right?
you're going to depart from the ordinance, then you're going to need a different ordinance. We initiated this process by having our own ordinance initially, and it got superseded by a city ordinance. But if you want, you can go ahead and adopt a policy consistent with the ordinance. And if you want to do something different, then you would have to do that by ordinance, because that's where your preference rights come from.
And when Joe's talking about by ordinance, it's basically passing a resolution to accept an ordinance, and only city council can pass an ordinance. So there would be a specific ordinance passed by city council that relates to DWP.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
now I'm a little confused.
I am confused also. Hold on.
Okay.
So if we pass this ordinance as is, right? And let's take Commissioner Moss's example on the clawback. We don't like the clawback, and we'd like for that not to be in the ordinance as applied to us. Are we free to make that change?
No, then you need your own ordinance. You can either adopt what council has already done.
Okay.
Or if you want to do something
So
different.
we're really not free to
from that.
tweak this.
We can't tinker with this.
Not this particular ordinance.
Not without going back and coming up with our own ordinance.
So, in other words, if we decide that there are aspects of this ordinance, or we don't want to be, entirely bound by this ordinance, then we would be voting down, and we would have no local preference as a consequence.
I believe that's correct.
Correct.
Well, that's a Hobson's choice, isn't it?
Not for me, because this has been waiting. We've been waiting for a long time, and I'm really with the general manager. It's not perfect, but it is a vast improvement of where we are right now. So, the spirit of this is correct. It's certainly directionally correct from my perspective.
Are we going to see a presentation, Mr. Collins, for you about the?
It's up to you.
Only if you want him to walk.
Is there anything different than what was in the board letter, or?
No.
Okay. This is where I come down. I've been raising these issues because I think it's important to talk about it.
Absolutely.
And whatever actions we take with full knowledge. I'm very much in support of the policy. I think it is a long time coming, and I, for one, have been calling the mayor's office and asking them, where is this thing? So, it's unfortunate that we're not able to tweak it a little bit, because I would like to improve upon it.
If for no other reason, we want to stop Commissioner Moss from calling the mayor. We should probably
exactly.
move this through.
Exactly. So, for that reason, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I would like to second.
It's been moved to second. Any objections? Hearing none, motion passes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Item 18. Given the lateness of the hour and the matters we have in closed session, I don't want to rush through this. I'm inclined to see if we can maybe defer this matter. I don't know how others feel, because we have a fairly lengthy closed session agenda also.
Is there any urgency associated with
that was going to ask that question. Is there?
No, I don't believe there's any urgency. We had these paired together, given the fact they were both ready to go and they are of a similar nature. But
I don't know what's the sense of the board. I'm more than willing to work through it.
I'm fine with deferring. I surprisingly enough, I had a couple things to say about it.
I'm selling some coffee, so I could stick around for a while.
Well, no, I'm okay doing
let's just
tonight if we take a short break, though.
Okay, why don't we take a 5-minute break or so, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay. item.
Hold on, okay, start over.
We're recording?
Sorry. So let's call the meeting back to order. In the interest of time, we're actually going to recess briefly into closed session to consider item 16, and then we'll come back. We'll go back to open session, and then we'll yet again go into closed session for the other matters. So let's go into closed session now.
Yes, sir.
Are we doing it in this room? No. Or are we going back?
For recording. For recording.
We're back in session. We're on item 16. Is there a motion to approve item 16?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any objections? Hearing that item 16 is passed. Item 18.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. And Silva Collins, Acting Director of Supply Chain Services. We do have a presentation. I don't know if you want to go through the entire presentation or if you have specific questions.
I assume everyone's read it, but do you want to go through this one, or?
No, I've read it.
Okay, let's assume we've all read it, and
Okay.
if we have questions, any of the commissioners have questions?
Nor do I.
I have two quick ones. Actually, I could phrase it as one question. In the appendix of the business inclusion program on page 3 and again on page 4, there are two items on there that the program says that the department can opt out of. And I just wanted to find out what the department's general manager's feeling is. The first one is on the 7 criteria for determining if someone, is complying with the proposal. On number 2 is that the prime contractor attended a pre-solicitation or pre-bid meeting scheduled by the department. And it expressly says we can opt out of that. So I was wondering, on that one, is that a criterion that you want to hold to, or are we going to opt out on that, do it on a case-by-case basis?
It's my understanding we can opt out on a case-by-case basis.
Yes, we have the option. However, even currently with our good faith effort program, which is what we do right now, one of the things that we look at is attendance to the pre-bid meeting. Okay. And the reason why we do that is because at that time we're able to explain to all the vendors exactly what we're looking for. If there's any kind of subcontracting requirements, we're able to explain that to them clearly so that everybody walks away with the same understanding. So as far as the criteria, the way it is, I would say that we would tend to utilize that as a vehicle for us to ensure that everybody's on the same page, everybody understands exactly what we're trying to accomplish with the contract.
Okay, and the second one's on the next page, Appendix 4, and actually I think this is a bigger one, which is about 2/3 of the way down the page. It says the Mayor's Office of Economic and Business Policy may waive the business inclusion outreach criteria if the prime contractor is a certified SBE, EBE, or DVBE. Mm-hmm. The way I'm reading this is that we could do that too. Is that not the case? Or yes. Are we dependent upon the Mayor's Office of Economic and Business Policy to do that?
Well,
that's a fair question. They have to be. I guess
this is where the prime contractor is one.
It is, and now I'm a little bit handicapped because now I'm trying to interpret something that's legal, and I'm not an attorney. But my understanding is that we are relying upon the certification of those parties. We're not the ones that do that certification. So Dirk, that's my understanding.
Again, my interest here is to promote the most flexibility for the department in implementing these goals, so that we're not hung up on bureaucratic issues or having to go to other departments to get clearance for things.
Well, I guess I would have to pose that question over to Dirk from the perspective. I don't believe we have the ability under these terms to make the certifications of these.
That's correct.
Parties,
the certification will be done by the mayor's office.
Right. So it's not as though we could, on our own, as the department, go out and make a certification when a party wasn't otherwise certified. So I'm trying to make sure I understand your question.
Well, no. What it says is if the prime contractor is certified, then we can waive the 7 criteria as to the subcontractors.
Subcontractors, correct.
Yeah. But under this, it says that the Mayor's Office of Economic and Business Policy may waive it. I'm just asking whether, when we adopt this, if we're the ones that could waive it, if someone's already certified as a prime contractor.
I believe so. I don't believe that we control our contracting here, so we can't be in a position where the mayor's office is interfering with our ability to award contracts like that.
Okay, so you're saying in reading this policy, if we approve it, substitute in the department for the mayor's office?
Correct.
In that. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's great. That preserves your flexibility.
Right.
Other questions? Is there a motion? There is. Second?
Second.
Any objections? Item 18 passes. We've got our board letters, which are, unless there are questions, those will be filed. We've done our management.
Just
We've got our management reports, those are filed also. Unless there are questions from the board, those will be deemed filed. Then we're back in the closed session. We can do our, remaining closed session here. Do you want to do your admonition? I'm sorry.
Okay, my admonition. The board shall publicly report any action taken in closed session on the vote or abstention of every member present thereon in accordance with Section 54 957.1 of the California Government Code. I can memorize it.